Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mr. Likurezos. Welcome to GAIA EPICHEIREIN conference on the future and the innovation and generational renewal. I think that this conference comes at a critical point in time for Greek farmers. We live at a time full of great challenges and many difficulties, but also great opportunities for the primary sector in Greece. The discussion on who will grow the land in the future and with which tools is very important. Generational renewal is very important for sustainable, competitive, and resilient agriculture at a time of great developments. But the future of agriculture is something that cannot be separate from the discussion on conditions that young farmers and livestock farmers or fishermen are called upon to deal with when they enter the profession. So we will talk about young farmers. We will be talking about young farmers and with the farmers. We will give them the floor. There's a very interesting panel at the very end, and we will hear true stories from the sea and from the farm. And this will be the best way to conclude our conference. Let me tell you a little bit about what we will be discussing today. Right after the welcome addresses, we will have the analysis of the Pan-Hellenic research by GPO. And the title is Young Farmers at the Heart of Greece's Agricultural Transition. I am lucky because Mr. Papangelopoulos will be presenting the findings of the GPO research, which is very impressive. And I think we need to pay attention to the research, but also to its analysis. Then we'll have representatives from the academic community, the institutions, the markets, and people from EU. Second panel, they'll talk about the future of the CAP. We are on the eve of the new CAP, and we have to see whether the new CAP facilitates young people from entering the profession or whether it's discouraging them. We'll also look at the priorities of the new programming period. Emphasis will be placed on innovation and resilience. And we will conclude our program, as I said, and I think this is the most important discussion. Here we will have farmers and producers that will take the floor. So I would like to quickly conclude with a few words about Xanthi and the tobacco warehouse we find ourselves in. Mr. Antoniadis yesterday analyzed what tobacco and what tobacco warehouses meant for Xanthi. Xanthi is a country that developed thanks to its land. So agriculture was an indispensable part of the identity of Xanthi. Underneath, we have two times in this tobacco warehouse. We had a lot of people that used to bring all the tobacco products, but now we will talk about how we can keep farmers in the field, how we can provide solutions to young people so that they can stay in rural areas and become farmers. I hope that this conference will help shape a useful dialogue. I'd like to thank you very warmly for your presence here today. Now, let me invite Mr. Anestis Tripitsidis, the CEO of GAIA EPICHEIREIN, who will actually kick off our conference. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the 12th GAIA EPICHEIREIN conference. Honorable ministers, representatives of the institutions from the EU and from Greece, honorable colleagues from the cooperative sector, dear friends, dear colleagues, I'd like to welcome you once again to the GAIA EPICHEIREIN conference. I'd like to thank you for coming here to Xanthi, and I'd also like to thank those watching online from all over Greece and all over Europe. For 12 years now, our conference is a place for dialogue regarding the past and future of Greek agriculture. It's an area where people meet, and even though they have a different background, they want to work together to make sure that the primary sector will remain a pillar for development and something that will offer prospects in the future as well. GAIA EPICHEIREIN is a bridge. It's a bridge between producers, cooperatives, technology, scientific knowledge, and policy making. Our conference is the most a vital, if you like, expression of this intention. As was mentioned previously by George, we'll talk about generational renewal and innovation. And this is not just a choice of theme. This is the most critical question that the European agriculture needs to answer today. Because no matter how much we talk about technology, the environment, markets, or the new CAP, there is a question, a burning question that takes priority over everything else. And we hope that we will contribute to answering this question. Who will cultivate the land in Europe in the next 20 years? So now only 1 out of 8 European farmers is under the age of 40. The average age of producers keeps going up, whereas in certain parts of Europe, there are certain areas, where we have fewer farmers, and this means that the regions are less dynamic. This is not a matter that only affects agriculture. It's social. It has to do with strategic autonomy, and also it has to do with the security of Europe. Because if there are no young people to continue producing agri-food products, no technology and no subsidies will be enough to deal with the problem. This is why we are in Xanthi, and this is not a coincidence. Xanthi is an area where there are many challenges, and they know of the challenges here, but they also know of the potential of Xanthi. So we want to send a clear message from here. The future of agriculture will not be decided in Brussels or in the capitals of EU member states. It will be decided here in the Greek rural areas by the cooperatives, family holdings, young new enterprises that are being created in rural areas, and people who choose to stay in rural areas and invest. So GAIA EPICHEIREIN has been following this objective, i.e. we believe that the development of Greek agriculture starts from the regions and from utilizing knowledge and innovation to the benefit of farmers. Ladies and gentlemen, agriculture has many pressures in the primary sector. Pressures due to the high cost of production, climate change, instability, competition, demographic shrinking, as well as other threats, which we can see from third countries. But we're also talking about other pressures that put the cooperatives to the test, as well as any collective effort. So GAIA EPICHEIREIN in this context has not a theoretical role to play. We have a practical role to play. GAIA EPICHEIREIN is close to its associates, to the cooperatives, people who are farmers. We provide support, we provide tools, we provide assistance, but also experience in the field. At a time when challenges become bigger, everything becomes more complex, so you need guidance. Guidance is more important than ever before. So we want to be a point of reference, and we want to offer stability. We want to support our associates and our cooperatives, not only in their daily work, but also in the transition towards a more well-organized and resilient model. We want to translate knowledge into support in the field, and we want cooperatives to be strong. Why? Because cooperatives and producers groups and people who are by the side of producers as well are important for the future of agriculture. Without strong cooperatives, without organized collective bodies, without very good support networks, reliable support networks, no great change can ever be achieved in the field. And this is our mission, the mission of GAIA EPICHEIREIN, that consistently stands by the side of those who are next to the farmers. At the same time, farmers find themselves before a time of great changes, a disruption. There we see what happened in Brussels in the past few months. So the discussion on the new programming period and the future CAP has already started at an EU level. And it's obvious that the decisions that will be made in the next few years will play a decisive role on what happens in the farming sector in Greece and in the rest of the EU. So GAIA EPICHEIREIN is participating in this dialogue. It's not just a communication, if you like, strategy. We have actively participated in the dialogue that has taken place through Farm Europe and GECA, but also we have our own positions that we have developed in full. So we want to have a very good, well-documented way to make proposals. GAIA EPICHEIREIN has already created a working group with the participation of associates from cooperatives, people who know production very well, but they're also experts on CAP issues, direct aid, interventions, as well as subsidies as a whole. So the important thing behind this initiative is to get information from the grassroots to see what the real needs are of producers and cooperatives, but also to come up with well thought out, documented proposals. These proposals will not be separate from what happens in the field. It will be based on knowledge, on every day-to-day cooperation with farmers so that they know what challenges they're faced with. The results of this working group are already being finalized, and they will be made public in the future in order to participate in this dialogue regarding the post-2027 CAP, because we cannot be observers in the future. We must be well prepared. We must have proposals. There must be evidence. We need to know what the real problems of producers, cooperatives, and Greek rural areas are. The future CAP needs to deal with real problems. For example, the farmer's income, generational renewal, access to funding, access to land, climate resilience, simplification, competitiveness, and fair transition or just transition. And the voice of Greek agriculture must be consistent and it must be coherent. We must be present in this discussion. And this is one of the main reasons that we want to be able to connect as GAIA EPICHEIREIN what happens at the grassroots in Greece to be able to convey the needs of Greek farmers where decisions are being made and to help formulate policies which will not be cut off from reality. Ladies and gentlemen, this year was very demanding for the farmers in general. There were moments when public dialogue was dominated by general, if you like, comments, easy interpretations. A lot was heard, a lot was also written. But those of us who always serve the agricultural sector know that reality is more complex. It's not just a panel on a TV show, and it's not just a press release or an article. We have chosen not to invest in noise. We want to work consistently, hard, with transparency, with respect to the institutions, processes, and we want to allow justice to speak for itself and the facts to speak for themselves, because we know that it's not the buzz that actually makes a company stand out. It has to do with how consistent they are, with their work in the past, and with the value they create for the people they serve. And we know full well that truth will find its way forward. GAIA EPICHEIREIN, from the very first day, chose to work with transparency, providing support, and to cooperate with others. This is the path we follow now, and we're very focused on our mission. This is why we firmly believe that all these facts that we made mention of always speak louder than noise. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, generational renewal will not happen by itself. Young people will not choose to become farmers because we tell them to do so. They will do so because they believe there's a future, that there's a decent income, access to knowledge. And when they see that there's an environment that rewards innovation, entrepreneurship, and cooperation. This is why the second key word is innovation in the title. It's not a fad. It's not some slogan. It has to do with resilience, digitalization, AI, precision farmers, cooperative schemes. These are no longer future tools. These are tools for the present, and they're necessary precondition for the primary sector to become attractive for young generations. Thank you very much for your presence, and I wish you all a very constructive conference, and I hope that the discussions will follow today will be yet another step forward, or a little pebble, if you like, for a stronger, more competitive, more sustainable farming for the young farmers and young generation. Thank you very much.
Would like to thank Mr. Tripitsidis for his welcome address. We saw that one of the biggest problems in Greek agriculture is that the farmers are aging. So this year's topic is very important. How can young people enter the profession? So I agree fully with what Mr. Tripitsidis said. It's not just about family tradition, but young farmers want to see opportunities before entering agriculture. So I would like to ask Ms. Vasiliki Pavlapkaki, Vice Prefect of Xanthi, to give her welcome address. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to give my welcome from the governor. He unfortunately could not be here today, so I will take his place. So the governor wishes all success to this conference. So, dear ministers, dear members of parliament, dear representatives of the European Union, of regional government, of academia, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to welcome you here today on behalf of the municipality of Xanthi to the 12th Conference for the Development of Greek Agriculture. I would like to congratulate GAIA EPICHEIREIN for its contribution to the public discourse about the primary sector of agriculture and for choosing to hold this year's conference in Eastern Macedonia and Thrace and Xanthi in particular. This choice is very symbolic for our area. Xanthi is a place that has a strong agricultural tradition, has a long-standing tradition of farming, and people who have dedicated their lives to agriculture. At the same time, it's an area facing great challenges, facing climate change, increasing production costs, international competition, and demographic challenges and pressures, just like many other rural areas are facing. So this discussion, this discourse on the future of agriculture is not just a topic that concerns farmers, it's a topic that concerns regional coherence. It's a topic that is about young people who want to remain in rural areas and about society in general. The new CAP, Green and Digital Transition, boosting competitiveness, food security, and generation renewal are topics that will define the next decades. And the Prefecture of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace believes that developing the primary sector is an issue that has to be tackled as a whole. Holistically, we need to focus on innovation, on training, on new technologies. We need policies that will create added value for the producer and will create great opportunities and real opportunities for young people. Xanthi and the whole region has what it takes to do this. It has fertile land, it has dynamic crops, has the human capital and great possibilities to enter the market. So what is at stake here is how to develop a model that will keep young people here, that will keep young people in rural areas, and will create perspective for the generations to come. I wish all the best for this conference, and I'm sure that the discussions here will contribute significantly and will turn ideas into concrete suggestions to make Greek agriculture resilient and sustainable. Thank you very much, and welcome to Xanthi. Thank you very much, Ms. Pavlakaki. Now I will give the floor to Alexandros Kontos, a former minister and president of the Tobacco Producers of Greece. I see good old friends here. I'm very happy to see good old friends here. So I would like to thank GAIA EPICHEIREIN first for choosing to hold the conference here, such a very important conference. And I would like to present to you the two ministers, Mr. Economou, Mr. Giannakidis. We're so very happy to have you here. We have the president of the Tobacco Producers Association. I would like to thank you, Rosa, for being here. I would like to thank a good friend, Christoforos Antoniadis, CEO of GAIA EPICHEIREIN, the Vice Governor, the Mayor, and everyone who participates in this conference today. We also have many good friends and colleagues here. I have to say that I've always had great relations with GAIA EPICHEIREIN and Europublic. So I'd like to say this from the outset, that when GAIA EPICHEIREIN was created, we had already put a system in place. We had IX, and we had settled everything regarding the payments of farmers. We didn't have problems. We had the cooperatives, IKE, but we did have issues with farmers receiving support. GAIA EPICHEIREIN managed to do a great deal. GAIA EPICHEIREIN is, in essence, a partnership. And given everything that's happened recently with the OPEC scandal, it's of course a very challenging issue. Even my deposition at the committee was very clear. If Europublic did not exist, things would have been very, very different. GAIA EPICHEIREIN is a very, very important factor in farmers receiving support. GAIA EPICHEIREIN could have been an excellent advisor to the Ministry of Agriculture and Food and could contribute to all the crucial things like sustainability, food safety, but I am not sure why the political leaders do not want to use this very, very important and helpful tool. And I have to say that GAIA was very, very lucky to have Mr. Christoforos Antoniadis, because for me, he's the most important banking executive that the sector has seen in the recent years. He's the person who supported agriculture during this transitional period. He's the person who helped farmers through Piraeus Bank, and he's the person who funded farmers, farming cooperatives, association, and family businesses. He's a personal friend of mine, and it's a great honor for me to have him as a friend. And Europublic and GAIA EPICHEIREIN are very, very lucky to have a person like Christoforos. We also have a chairman who is an exceptional person. Christos Afoulas is a great professional. We have someone who used to work at the Ministry of Agriculture. We have a person who brought great successful results to Greece. And because we had such able leaders, also people like Christos Pallias and other excellent colleagues, because we have those people, we managed to be successful. Let me say a few words about Europublics. I didn't know Mr. Gargalakos personally. I heard of him while I was minister, but I didn't see him, I didn't meet him personally. And I was under the impression that Mr. Gargalakos was a very big personality. And I tried to put pressure on my partners because we had to bring the new cap in Greece. I put pressure for results, and eventually we managed. And Mr. Gargalakos was a person I met years later, working for somewhere else, and I imagined him as a very, very different person. I imagined him to be larger than life, and he was a very different from that. But he played a very, very important role. His role was larger than life. So he managed to get a lot done, and Europublic, I have to say, always used tenders to receive subsidies. There were no direct awards. Everything followed procedure. Everything was fully transparent. And we are lucky to have had Europublic and thus were able to pay subsidies. And I have to say that I have absolutely no conflict of interest. I don't belong or I don't have affiliations with any of them. So all this has been very important to the development of Greek agriculture. And I would actually suggest that the current minister work together with GAIA EPICHEIREIN, because Greek agriculture is facing challenges and GAIA EPICHEIREIN has the expertise to offer support free of charge and selflessly. Yannis Economou is also a very good friend of mine, an excellent politician. And with those people at the heel, we have a very good chance of developing Greek agriculture. But dear Yannis, I have to say that it doesn't matter how hard you work and how hard you try, and I'm sure that you're working hard and you will do a great job. I really believe in you, and I really believe in your strategy. I believe that if we are not completely clear about how to actually enforce the strategy, we will end up without any agriculture. Greek agriculture will go extinct. We have located the problem in Greek agriculture. The problem is that there's frequent political changes, leadership changes. We get new ministers and they don't want to stay in this area. They want to move to a better position. So these people will never make important decisions. They will never take risks. They will receive strategy and advice by us, but they will never go forward with implementation. So this is the problem in agriculture. It's the top, it's the leadership, even the secretary generals of ministries. They change, they move on, and so there is no stability. And when there's no stability, there will not be strategies that will give a new perspective for Greek agriculture. There will not be support for young farmers to enter the profession, and young people see what's going on, and they don't want to stay in the rural areas. They don't want to become a farmer. So I think it's very clear what the problem is here. Besides kiwis and a few other crops, everything else goes south. We have 110 holdings, animal holdings, that are not doing well because the problem is generalized. In the Evros area, the farmers asked, how can we cope with this? What can we do to change this? But the problem is multifaceted. Do you know what the politicians told them? That they should hire vets, they should hire private practice vets, they should hire military vets. This is the solution they were offered. 110 holdings, animal holdings, are a very significant percentage of the output of animal husbandry. So what is the message we are giving to young farmers? What is the message we give to the young people whom we want to keep in rural areas? We don't tell them stay because you'll be able to earn a living. We're essentially telling them that the fields will not be workable. We're telling them that the land will not be fertile anymore because of the practices. We're essentially telling them, leave agriculture and go become an employee somewhere else, go work somewhere else. We cannot keep small plots active. We cannot keep small farmers active. So we need to change our point of view and our way of thinking. And this begins from the top. This begins with the general directions of agriculture. Do we want a centralized administration, or do we want something else? Do we want a reduction in population? If we lose the farmers, we will not be able to feed the population in Greece. We won't be able to feed our country. So we need some certainty. We need equipment. We need the farms. We need to be prepared for any adverse event. And how can we do this? We need to do this through the Ministry of Agriculture. We need the MRDF. And this is not new. The ministry has undergone many changes, and lately we have a leadership that has brought those challenges to the surface. We have heard many things, but the important thing is that we know now that the issue with Greek agriculture is a very important issue, and there's a lot at stake. I have always been a supporter of GAIA EPICHEIREIN. I have always been good friends with GAIA EPICHEIREIN's leadership. We know what GAIA EPICHEIREIN contributes to Greek agriculture and Greek animal farming. We know its contribution. Even this very conference held in Thraki is very important for Greek agriculture. We will hear a lot of important contributions today. So let's hear them. Let's hear what GAIA has to say. Let's listen carefully to everything that will be said today. And I believe that there's only good things that we can take out of this conference. Thank you very much for having the opportunity to speak to you. And I want to welcome you again in Xanthi, and I wish all the best for your conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you warmly, Mr. Alexandros Kondos, former minister. Just an intervention on my side. You actually talked about Parliament. As you know, in the last 19 years, I'm a parliamentary journalist. I went to the inquiry committee, but I also know what's being done about the agricultural issue in this period. And these two things are not connected. If I ask you whether you watched the inquiry, I think you remember the witnesses, the fights. But if you know what the inquiry committee conclusions were, nobody will know. At the time, Mr. Economou, as head of the Inter-Party Committee on Agriculture, has done something unique in Parliament. They work as one, as a committee, and every week there are too many conferences like the one we're holding here today. He invites people from the farmers, from the business world, from the markets. He invites institutions to talk about the farming sector and the problems there. I agree fully with Mr. Kondos that the executive must, at a certain point in time, take this report or the conclusions, call it what you may, Mr. Kondos, so that they can see what policy they need to forge, but also get in touch with all the members of the committee from all political parties, because a lot of work is being done. It's serious work. And here, let me say that I have my fair share. I think that we as journalists should have shed more light on the work of this committee, this inter-party committee for agriculture. Now from Xanthi, Mr. Yannis Peponidis, he is from the municipality and he's also responsible for waste disposal in the area, in the regional unit, that is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please forgive me for my stress. Honorable ministers, representatives of GAIA EPICHEIREIN, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to address you on behalf of Stratos Kodos, the mayor for the 12th conference organized by GAIA EPICHEIREIN, which we are hosting this year in Xanthi. Your presence in our city is an important moment for local community and for the municipality. This conference is very important in public discourse on the primary sector. And it is now taking place at a time that is very close to the land. For us, agricultural production is not something theoretical. It's not something distant, excuse me. It's connected to land, to the local economy, and to the very identity of Xanthi. This is why every meaningful discussion on the future of agriculture is of great importance to us. This year's theme, the future of agriculture, youth, generational renewal and innovation, is as timely as ever. It doesn't only have to do with the future of farming, but mostly the people who will keep the grease alive in rural areas in the coming years. Generational renewal in the farming sector is multifaceted and very challenging. It's not enough to say to young people to come back to rural areas or to stay close to the land. We need to have the right conditions in place in order for them to be able to see farming production as a decent way of doing business. So Greek farming has a strong tradition and many advantages. In order for us to be able to be promoted in the future, it has to make use of knowledge and innovation. What is needed is innovation in practice, tools that are helpful to the producer and solutions that help everyday work for farmers, without, of course, forgetting the legacy of farmers in the past. So the municipality of Xanthi is supporting initiatives that promote local production and boost the role of people in the area. We firmly believe that growth cannot be separate from farming production and for people who live and work with the land. This is why this conference is very important. We have local government together with central government, with people from the farming sector, co-ops, the scientific community, and the farmers themselves. So this is a meaningful dialogue, and it's necessary because the real problems facing agriculture cannot be solved from a distance. We have to work together. Everybody has to be fully engaged. On behalf of the Mayor of Xanthi, I'd like to congratulate GAIA EPICHEIREIN for organizing this conference and for choosing us as the venue. I'd also like to warmly thank all of you who are present here today and participate in this important discussion. I sincerely hope that the proceedings of this conference will be meaningful and constructive, that important issues will be highlighted, that useful conclusions will be drawn, and that cooperation can be forged so that Greek farming can meet the challenges of the coming years. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best in your work.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peponidis. Now we will hear some video messages from the European institutions. We will begin with the message of Ms. Carmen Crespo-Diaz, a member of the European Parliament, President of the Fisheries Committee, and a member of the Agriculture Committee.
La agricultura tiene que moderar costes porque estamos con los costes muy elevados y no es competitiva, pero sobre todo también necesitamos innovar y hacer que la agricultura sea también de futuro para las futuras generaciones. Pero además de ello, ¿en qué más? En los fertilizantes. Importantísimo que Europa, con este plan que se ha puesto encima de la mesa, fabrique sus propios fertilizantes de alternativas. Por supuesto, que Medio Ambiente también quite el CBAM más tiempo y que demos una revisión a la ETS, porque si no va a ser muy difícil que ese coste baje. Y además de ello, sigamos adelante. La agricultura es una actividad que en estos momentos garantiza la alimentación y por tanto hay que garantizar también la promoción en el futuro. Lo estamos viendo en estos días y esa promoción tiene que dar de sí para dar oportunidades también a esos productos que en estos momentos están con dificultades, por ejemplo, a través de acuerdos comerciales o que en algunos de los casos realmente es un producto que en estos momentos se produce en las zonas rurales y es importantísimo que tengamos la promoción agroalimentaria absolutamente necesaria, al igual que las figuras de calidad. Creo que estamos trabajando por una agricultura de Europa con más contenido, con más posibilidades, con un relevo generacional adecuado, pero sobre todo lo que estamos trabajando es juntos. Creo que las organizaciones agrarias más que nunca y especialmente las que tenéis experiencia hace muchos años, sois esenciales en la construcción europea en este momento de marco financiero, de una PAC sólida y fuerte para el futuro y desde luego para trabajar con los agricultores en los costes de producción, en acuerdos comerciales que no sean lesivos a los intereses, en controles de frontera, apostando por el agrifrontes y otras actuaciones absolutamente necesarias para nuestro sector. Ayudémonos. Yo estoy dispuesta y absolutamente a vuestra disposición para seguir dialogando y planteando cuestiones conjuntas. Es necesario para el sector agrario y nuestros agricultores y ganaderos, seguro, hombres y mujeres, que lo van a agradecer.
Let's hear from Mr. Herbert Dorfman, who's a member of the European Parliament and European People's Party coordinator in agriculture.
Dear Congress, dear responsibles of the Greek farming sector, dear farmers. It is a great pleasure for me to address you in my capacity as EPP coordinator responsible for agriculture policy in the European People's Party about what we are doing in this moment on the common agriculture policy and on agriculture policy here in the European Parliament. This is an important moment for agriculture policy at the European level. We are currently working on the future of the common agriculture policy. In these days, our rapporteur presented his report on the future of the common agriculture policy. We are heavily working on the proposal the Commission published last year. I can tell you that we as an EPP, we are committed to have a strong agriculture policy, an agriculture policy which looks at innovation, but which looks also on income of the farmers in Europe. And we are committed to support young people. I'm convinced attracting young people to the agriculture sector maybe is the most important challenge for the years to come. If we do not have young people willing to step in, willing to start an activity in agriculture, we will not have a future for agriculture, for farmers, and for food security in Europe. But we need also your support. We need the support of the member states if it comes to financing this policy. You know how complicated the debate of the next multi-annual financial framework at the European level is, and we need member states which support agriculture when it comes to the final agreement on MFF. But we are not speaking only about common agricultural policy. I'm myself rapporteur responsible for the food and feed omnibus. I'm convinced also on food and on this omnibus, which regulates the use of plant protection products in Europe. We need on one side an open eye on innovation. We need new products coming in on the European market. And in the meanwhile, we need to preserve existing active substances, existing plant protection products on the market. We need to give to the farmers the possibility to fight against challenges if it comes to plant protection. And let me say a last word, because next week we are also voting on NGT, on new genomic techniques. I'm very well aware, not everybody loves, not everybody likes this new technology. But if we want an innovative agriculture, if we want innovation in our European agriculture, we need to regulate this sector, which might be important for the future of our farmers and for the farmers in the world. We did so. We worked for years on the proposal. Now it's time for the final vote, and I really hope that we will have a majority in the responsible committee and in the plenary next week. So all the best. I wish you a really good and successful work in your Congress.
Θα κλείσουμε τώρα αυτό το μικρό κύκλο των βιντεοσκοπημένων μηνυμάτων
we will
ένα
now
νέο
have
αγρότη,
one
τον κύριο
last
Ματέο Παλιαράνη,
video
είναι
message.
αντιπρόεδρος του
Mr.
Ευρωπαϊκού
Matteo
Συμβουλίου
Pagliarani.
των Αγροτών,
He
κατάγεται
is
από την
the
Ιταλία.
Vice President of
I'm
the
Matteo Pagliarani,
European
the Vice
Council.
President of the
Είμαι ο
European
κύριος
Council
Παλιαράνη,
of Young
αντιπρόεδρος
Farmers and
του
Young Farmers
ΣΕΖΑ
myself.
και είμαι και ο
On
ίδιος
behalf of
νέος
SEJA, I
αγρότης.
would like to
Εμείς
thank
εκ
you for
μέρους
the
της
opportunity
ΣΕΖΑ,
to
λοιπόν, θα ήθελα
contribute
να σας
to the
ευχαριστήσω
12th
για την
GAIA
ευκαιρία να
Congress
συμβάλλω
on
στο
the future
12ο
Greek agriculture,
συνέδριο της ΓΑΙΑ Επιχειρήν για το
specifically
μέλλον
in
της
this
ελληνικής
topic of
γεωργίας,
generation
ιδιαίτερα
renewal
στο θέμα
and
της
innovation.
ανανέωσης των γενεών
At
και την
SEJA, our goal
καινοτομία.
is
Στη
clear,
ΣΕΖΑ ο
bringing
στόχος
more
είναι
young people
ξεκάθαρος.
into
Να φέρουμε
agriculture and
περισσότερους
rural
νέους ανθρώπους
areas,
στη γεωργία
with
και
the
στις
ambition of
αγροτικές
reaching
περιοχές. Με τη
24%
φιλοδοξία οι νέοι
of young
αγρότες να
farmers
αντιπροσωπεύουν το
by
24%
2040,
του
in
αγροτικού
the line
πληθυσμού μέχρι το
with
2040, σε
EU
πλήρη
strategy of
ευθυγράμμιση με τη
generation
στρατηγική της
renewal.
Ευρωπαϊκής
As
Ένωσης για την
negotiation of the
ανανέωση των
next common
γενεών.
agriculture
Καθώς
policy approach,
πλησιάζουν
it is
οι
essential
διαπραγματεύσεις για
to
τη νέα
strengthen
ΚΑΠ, είναι
support for
απαραίτητο να
young farmers
ενισχύσουμε τη στήριξη
through
προς τους
concrete
νέους αγρότες
measures.
μέσω
For instance,
συγκεκριμένων
access to
μέτρων,
land,
όπως η
access to
πρόσβαση στη
finance,
γη,
access
πρόσβαση στη
to
χρηματοδότηση,
training
η πρόσβαση
and
στην
farmer
κατάρτιση,
relief
οι υπηρεσίες
services.
ανακούφισης της
Is the key to
αγροτικής
a strong
εργασίας. Η
agriculture
κοινοτομία
sector,
λοιπόν
and young
αποτελεί
farmers are
να έχουμε έναν
both
ισχυρό
drivers and
τομέα και οι
adopters
νέοι
of innovation.
αγρότες
Generation
υιοθετούν
renewal
αλλά και
is therefore
εφαρμόζουν
essential
νέες
for
τεχνικές. Έτσι λοιπόν η
digitalization, climate
ανανέωση των
adaptation,
γενναιών είναι
and
σημαντική
the
για την προσαρμογή στην
development
κλιματική
of
αλλαγή,
more
για την
resilient
ψηφιοποίηση,
and
για τη
sustainable
δημιουργία πιο
farming system.
ανθεκτικών και
I come
βιώσιμων
from
γεωργικών
Italy, where
συστημάτων.
we are
Έρχομαι από την
facing,
Ιταλία, μια
for
χώρα που
example, the
αντιμετωπίζει
same
πολλές από τις ίδιες
challenges of
προκλήσεις.
Greek agriculture, extreme weather condition, rising even input cost. And from my experience as a farmers, when young people receive the right support, they create value for the community through the food security, economic growth, and the land stewardship. Our SEJA, we wish you a successful Congress and trust that young farmers will remain the center of the discussion on the future of the European agriculture. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ και τον κύριο Παλιαράνη.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pagliarani. I think this is a good segue for the other panels. I don't know if the people from GAIA EPICHEIREIN had said what we would be talking about, so it was a good way to proceed. Mr. Ahmed Sinan, the president of the Cooperative of Tobacco Producers of Thrace, will now take the floor to give us his address. Thank you. Good morning, honorable MPs. Mr. Kondos, former minister, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that I am head of the Cooperative of Tobacco Producers of Thrace, but I'm also a farmer. I planted the seeds and I'm here today before you. We have many problems, particularly in relation to tobacco farming. There's no end to our problems. Every year they seem to be increasing. So tobacco producers are being wronged, and this has been the case for many years. So there is no aid for many years now for tobacco growers. And we know that they had some entitlements, but I'm not talking about a huge number. We're talking about 2,000 or 3,000 at most. So we talk about young farmers and people who want to become farmers, but they need to see a future to enter this business. I am the president of tobacco producers. So what can I say to young people so that they can go back to farming? I don't see anything I could say to them. We do our best. We try to keep them with us, particularly those who are now cultivating the land. People who are working in the tobacco fields. But let us not fool ourselves. The cooperative has 5,000 members and 2,500 are active tobacco farmers. And we're talking about 25,000 Basma variety stremas. It used to be 8,000 active tobacco farmers. So I don't want to tie you with figures. I just want to speak as simply as I can. So these tobacco producers are from the area. They have small parcels. So we're talking about 50 to 100 stremas each. But young people want to enter into programs. So if you have small tobacco growers, well, they can't enter any programs because they didn't have enough land to do so. So we tobacco producers have certain tools, and these tools are from our parents and grandparents. And we don't even have equipment for the sowing of tobacco. We haven't been able to enter any programs. And even for the sprayers that we have, well, I don't know what happens with the spraying material afterwards, the content, for example. So this, we're talking about PPPs. So I think that these people are small tobacco growers. They live in the farms, they live in the villages, and we want them to stay there. We don't want them to leave. But whoever leaves farming, no matter what type of farming, does not go back to farming. And then this land is not cultivated again. So this is something that should give us food for thought. And this is something we need to look into carefully. We need to be concerned, mayors, regional governors, and so on and so forth. So tobacco production for Thraki and Cambatini is 20 to 25 million euro per annum. This means that the money that people get out of tobacco farming, actually they spend it in the city, they spend it in the region. And many people do not actually switch production, they actually leave and go abroad. They try to change crops, but this was not successful. We need to have redistribution of land. We need water for all this to occur. And in our villages, when there was drought, we couldn't find water to drink, let alone irrigate our land. So in order for a farmer to irrigate his land, they need to have hoses, and these they are irrigation networks. I'm not saying there aren't, but they're very few and far between. I don't want to tie you anymore. I would like for you to pay attention, if possible, particularly for those who remain in tobacco farming. If we want them to stay there, we have to think of the small tobacco growers in our area. These people have to stay there because in this way, the villages will stay vibrant and alive. So tobacco production is the so-called green gold. This is very important. I have nothing further to add, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to Mr. Sinan. I think the warm applause in the end shows how important those things he mentioned were. One is that young people abandon the farms, abandon the land and villages, and we need to keep them alive at any cost. This is the biggest problem our country is facing today, demographic problem. And if rural areas cannot recover, the demographic issue cannot recover, population cannot recover. And the second very important issue is how the common agricultural policy can influence this phenomenon of small plots of land. I see a dear colleague who will give us a presentation shortly, and I think his presentation has a special chapter on how the common agricultural policy affects farmers with small holdings and their subsidies that they can receive. I would like to call Mr. Nikolaos Tsinaridis, who is the president of the Agricultural Cooperative of Xanthi, Enosi. Good morning, everybody. Dear members of Parliament, dear former Minister, Mr. Economou, dear Director General of SEKE, former Minister of Agricultural Development, Mr. Kondos, dear Vice Chair of the Waste Management of Xanthi, dear former Vice Minister from the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Giannakidis, Honorable Madam Pavlakaki, Vice Governor of Xanthi, dear colleagues, dear participants, dear members of GAIA EPICHEIREIN and Europublic, ladies and gentlemen. I represent the Agricultural Cooperative of Xanthi and would like to welcome you to GAIA EPICHEIREIN, to this yearly conference, which is a landmark of Greek agriculture. Not only because of its topical issues, but because of the suggestions we make and because of our participants. We have scientists, we have members of academia, we have experts from all over Greece participating in this conference. Dear participants, it's a great honor not only for Xanthi, but for the entire region of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace to hold this conference. We live in an area, the economy of which is largely based on animal farming and on agriculture. We have farmers who are facing grave issues such as the animal pox, lack of people to work in agriculture, problems with drought. We have very big problems, despite of which we have managed to produce quality products for the local and international market. We have many challenges our country is facing, and those challenges are exactly what we will talk about today: generation renewal and innovation, two very topical issues today. We have a problem with generation renewal. This has grave consequences for our country. The aging of farmers is a very important issue which needs to be tackled not only by Greece, but by the European Union as well. 2 out of 3 farmers are above 40 years of age. 7.5% of farmers only is under the age of 40. I believe that today's conference can contribute in making suggestions and drawing conclusions so we can offer solutions to these issues. It's more important than ever in order to make agricultural production sustainable again in this very competitive landscape. Innovation is very important and is very connected to age and to education, which is also something that we should look into. This conference will tackle very important issue, and I'm looking forward to hearing the expert suggestions and solution. I would like to thank GAIA EPICHEIREIN once again for holding a conference here in Xanthi, and I would like to wish all the best for the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I heard that a good friend wants to say something. Mr. Randu Mikhailov, he is Vice President of the Working Group of Copa Cogeca. I'd like to invite him. Please take the floor, sir.
am part of working party of Copa-Cogeca. We believe that the research that comes from university, from academic field, and experiment regularly in big farms, this cannot help too much the small farmer. So, in my opinion, it is very important to transform the cooperatives like key players nearby the academic environment in order to turn back the results and to be able to share these results to small farmers. But because big farmers have flexibility and know how to do it better. My presence here is also motivated by being part of a Romanian cooperative, which has like main activity the research. We are taking the research vice versa. We experiment in our field, and we ask the academic environment to analyze and to certify that we are doing in a proper way. Now it's time to go overseas. We are present now in a few countries nearby Romania. We are present now also in Brussels, and I am present now to Xanthi to share with you our experience until now. Regarding the labor force that all the people talk about, like previous rapporteurs. Well, we analyzed a little bit how the each generation want to receive this transfer of activity. And the young people have a different vision. They don't want to take, for instance, a land which is toxic. Like we know that, for instance, in France, there are very big problems with the land because they use too many pesticides, too many chemicals, and now the land is improper to be used. They want a clean land. They want to maintain a clean land. They want to use digitalization because they are not happy to work like in old style where the farmers sleep and wake up near the field. Yeah. So what is our role in this transfer? In my opinion, we must have the flexibility to move, to motivate them to take the responsibility by, how can I say, by helping them going integrated in vertical, they want agrotourism, we must do like this. They want to process raw materials, we must help them to do this. And to create this transfer much less tension that it could be today, when a young farmer don't want to have his father's life, difficult life until now. At last, but not at least, sorry. I want to congratulate the organizers for this Congress. I try to speak in Greek, but I don't find exactly the right words. And I am sure that GAIA will arrive at 10 times this activity from now on. Congratulations once again.
Thanks very much to Mr. Mihailov for coming here once again and for addressing us. Mr. Mihailov, so I would like to thank all of our sponsors without whom we could not hold this conference today. I would like to thank Europublic, Piraeus Bank, Cosmoset, and our support Maltese, Gondelis, and Japan Tobacco. So now we will dive into our thematic areas for today. We will begin with the GBO study with the title Young Farmers at the Heart of Greece's Agriculture, which will be presented by the Strategy and Development Consultant, Dimitris Papagelopoulos, whom I will ask to take the floor. And afterwards, we will hold an analysis with Mr. Economou and Papagelopoulos on the key finding of the research. You have the floor. Hello, good morning from me as well. I would like to thank GAIA for giving us the opportunity to conduct this very useful study. And I would like to thank GAIA for the invitation to this conference, which gave me the chance to come to my dear city of Xanthi. So let's move on to the presentation of our study. I hope I can use this tool here to show you the slides. So, as I said, Generation Renewal and Sustainable Farming in Greece was the title of our survey. It was an opinion survey conducted in February and March 2026. The survey was conducted by GBO after the request of GAIA EPICHEIREIN. It was a quantitative research in the frame of the CAP for Youth program, CAP for Young Farmers. We held 262 interviews of farmers aged up to 45 years of age. Here, I would like to say that we didn't take the easy way out and receive a list of young farmers. We didn't have such tools to begin with. What we did is we did it the hard way. Essentially, we had a nationwide survey. We had a nationwide sample, excluding the area of Attica, not because Attica does not have farmers, but because we wanted to focus on rural areas. So we looked all over Greece for people who worked in agriculture in the primary sector. And this is how we got our sample. We held telephone interviews that were 70% of our sample, and internet interviews that contributed to 30% of our sample. So the interviews were held between the 26th of February and 6th of March 2026, and the data is referring to that particular time frame. So about the sample, first, on gender, of course, men were more than women. Regarding age, 18.7% were up to 29 years of age, 42% between the ages of 30 and 40, and 39.3% between the ages of 41 and 45. Regarding education, 48.1% finished secondary education, and there is a 27.9% of farmers that are university graduates, tertiary education. Regarding the geographical distribution, the largest portion of farmers come from Central Macedonia, Thessaly, and Central Greece, 52.7%. 19.8% from Eastern Macedonia and Thrace, Western Macedonia, Epirus, and the Ionian region. 16% from Peloponnesus and Western Greece, and 11% from insular Greece and the Aegean. I will not give you all the numbers, so I don't want to stress you about that. I would also like to say that you don't need to take any notes because, as I have seen, the survey is printed out and you can have it if you wish to. So you can consult the survey yourselves if you want to see the exact numbers. So, as far as the residents, we have farmers from urban, semi-rural, and rural areas in the survey. And regarding their connection to agriculture and farming activities, 56.8% work in a family business, 37.8% of the interviewees said that they're the farm owners, and 5% are members of a cooperative. So about the years in agriculture, 63.8% of young farmers have more than 10 years experience, and only 8.4% are new entries. What made you get into agriculture? So family tradition was the reason for most of the interviewees, 55.3%. 16.4% replied that their love for nature drove them into agriculture, and also another 9.2% because they wanted to be independent. So let's go into the first part of the questions regarding generation renewal. We asked the farmers whether they plan to transfer their holding in the future. 54.6% replied yes, 36% replied no. Is there an heir to take over the holding? 18.2% replied that there isn't any, and 80% replied that there is someone to take over the holding. There will be a successor. So regarding the problems and challenges, we had a multiple choice option. So the people replied that bureaucracy is the largest challenge and biggest problem. Access to capital or funding comes second. A lack of infrastructure, lack of counseling comes third and fourth, respectively. What would make you remain in agriculture or enter into agriculture? Also a multiple choice question. So number one answer was a financial motive, subsidies, followed by reduction of bureaucracy, better rural infrastructure, better access to capital and funding. How do you see your future in agriculture? 46% replied that they wish to stay in agriculture, to remain farmers. Second reply was that they plan to reduce their work. And the third reply was that they plan to increase their activities. The third part of the survey was regarding funding and different financing options. Question was, are you aware of the available financing instruments of the CAP for young farmers? So the reply was, we know a lot, we know enough, we know a little, not at all, and not reply. So the replies are representative of the situation in Greece. Are you receiving any subsidies, any support from the Common Agricultural Policies? 56.1% replied yes, and the rest no. If not, why? This is one of the few times that the first reply by the most people was, I don't know. 24% replied that they do not fill the requirements for receiving subsidies. 7.45% replied that they just didn't, and the rest either that they did not meet the criteria. So what sort of support do you receive? Basic income support was the answer by most. Have you used the financing program from the RDP? 30.5% yes, 66% replied no. If yes, which program have you used? Improvement plans was the main answer, and afterwards support for young farmers. Are you satisfied by the whole procedure of entering the program? 50.3% replied they are quite satisfied. So we have a quite satisfactory rate of satisfaction, if you'd like. Are the available CAP tools able to respond to your needs? Quite, was the answer. What are the elements that need immediate improvement? The amount of support was the main answer. Bureaucracy was the second one, 36.6%. Prerequisites, 24%, and information, 20%. So we see again that it's a financial issue as well. The fourth and last part of the survey is regarding innovation and new practices. The farmers were asked whether they use digital tools. 34.7% replied that they do use those tools? And if yes, which ones? The number one digital tool was an irrigation management support system, 35.1%. And afterwards, we had various applications to record production value. 13.2% replied that they use drones and 11% that they use a different fertilizing management system. Are you using green or environmentally friendly practices? 67.9% replied that they do. Which practices was the next question for the ones who replied yes. Reduction of fertilizers and pesticides, 34.7% were organic farmers. Thank you very much for your attention. I repeat that the survey is available as a printout, and I am available to you for any questions or comments you may have. Thank you very much.
Mr. Papangelopoulos, can you please sit at the center of the stage? Mr. Economou, former minister, MP for New Democracy, will join us for the discussion regarding this very interesting research, GPO research. Please sit down. Please allow me to start from Mr. Economou, and you can take a breath, sir. So, Mr. Economou, is there anything that surprised you from the GPO research? Is it something that is not the same as what you have discussed in Parliament at the Inter-Party Committee? So first of all, let me thank you for inviting me. It's a great honor to participate in this conference or congress. I'd like to say that the theme is very topical. It's a great joy for me to be among people who know the primary sector so well and that can contribute to facing the double challenge. One is burning issues that need to be resolved. We're talking about the present and we're talking about the very survival of farmers. But there's also another important challenge to create a long-term strategy so that we can make changes in important matters. And this is something we'll discuss later. And let me thank you for allowing me to come to Xanthi. My wife happens to be from Xanthi. Her ancestors came from Lebere Burgasi, and they were tobacco farmers. So I can't say that I was surprised by anything in the research, but what one can say is that there's a lot of concern. A lot of people are upset. They're talking about the conditions characterizing our primary sector and whether it's attractive or not for young people to join it. This is something that we know in the Inter-Party Committee. What's the main question that we need to answer? What can make the primary sector attractive for a young person? The answer is not a single answer. Of course, we have income. That's important. Also the prospects, security, certainty, in order for somebody to join the farming sector and to become an active farmer. And third, the quality of life overall that a farmer can have, something that would motivate a young person to become a fisherman, a farmer, away from urban centers. This has to do with living conditions. Will they have schools for their children, extracurricular activities for their children? Will they find a spouse, somebody to marry in order for them to move on in life? When you're a young person, you take all this into account when it comes to deciding about your future and what kind of job you'll do. Now, let's talk about the primary sector in particular. Here in young farmers, what we see is a distortion of sorts, and it's difficult to answer this question. If there is no aid, it's difficult for somebody to make the first step. That's the truth. Now, if there is no family tradition, it's almost impossible for somebody to make the first step and become a farmer. We saw this in the research. 55% had come from a family of farmers. And in Greece, the term young farmer is misunderstood. Young farmers are actually old farmers. we see that most of these people have been working on farms for over 10 years. And I'm talking about young people, but they have been working in this area for over 10 years. So this shows you the structural problems that we need to address and the very brave decisions that we need to take from now on. Of course, we need to be better orientated. The aid policies for young farmers need to be more targeted. Some people say they are more or less satisfied. They said that there is enough information being provided. The question is, they don't know why they're getting what they're getting, when they're getting it, if they're getting it, and so on and so forth. I don't want to challenge how objective the answer they provided is, but I think there's a matter to be discussed further here. Another important matter, and I'd like to conclude, and this is my first answer. These are the important things that have come out in our work. What we need is land. So we need land resources. And when you tell a young person, come become a farmer, one of the main requirements is to secure survival, sustainability. What does this mean? They need to have enough capital, a starting capital. This is very important, much more than what one gets right now under the current programs in the rest of Europe. When you say that somebody wants to be a young farmer, they have various resources from the public sector, the private sector, from the cooperatives, an amount that doesn't fall short of 250,000. We're talking about a 6-year horizon. This is what's done in Europe, but not in Greece. No matter how you add things up in Greece, the starting capital is 50, 60, maximum €1,000. And for 21 months, I think young farmers have not received a penny yet, a cent yet. And this is not just something that happens now. I'm also talking about what used to happen in the past as well. So the question is, how can we structure the resources and where can we find the resources, the financial resources and other resources? So the main denominator is land. Soon as a country, we will be called upon to make very important decisions on the allocation of land, farming land, using incentives and counter incentives. For example, if my father, my grandparent, my uncle was a farmer, and wants, according to the national legislation, to distribute the holding to his 2 grandchildren, and then they will also distribute it to their own children and so on and so forth. So we're talking about inheritance here, but in the end, one person only will end up farming the land. This person will have 1/25 of the original holding, and this is just one example of how things are done in Greece. And this is untenable. We cannot continue like this. I'd also like to ask Ms. Economo an add-on question. We see that 55% of young farmers enter production because there's a family tradition, but another 55% says that they intend to transfer their holding. Am I right, Mr. Papangelopoulos? So this is the intention, meaning we see that even those who have the family tradition seem sometimes not to be willing to continue working the land. Is this dealt with sufficiently? Well, this has to do with the fact that this is something that they do out of necessity, not out of choice. And that's the important thing. In the best possible scenario, they would think of doing something else, but sometimes they don't have anything better to do. And in the past, things were even worse. Now things are somewhat better, and we need to acknowledge this. And this is not a secret. In the past, the person who wasn't good at school would end up becoming a farmer in the family. So this is the overall perception of Greek families. It's got to do with development and developing as a person and growing as a member of society. So we had this unacceptable phenomenon according to which any people, and I'm 52 years of age, so whoever was not good at school would become a farmer and take advantage of the land that the parents had. This is totally unacceptable, but that is something that has become, if you like, a common belief by many generations in the past. And this helped perpetuate the problem. And this explains another finding that 60% of young farmers, even today, do not use digital tools. And maybe this is the result of this belief. i.e. that people actually became farmers because they weren't good students. And you see that a lot of farmers are accused of not knowing anything about innovation and that they don't want to change their set ways. This is something that comes out of the research. A lot of farmers do not make use of digital tools. And I remember this would make their lives easier. To use common parlance. And I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Papangelopoulos. I just want to say something here, if you don't mind. With Mr. Economos, we meet we meet each other, and I spend more time with Mr. Economos than I do with members of my family. So the dimension of innovation, which is one of the main themes, and quite rightly so, of this conference, is that in the last few years, more and more young people are more receptive. They're more open to using technology, modern technology. Of course, there's this big gap when we're talking about old farmers, older people, but let's focus on what you just said. I expected this percentage to be higher. Dimitri and I go back many, many years. I expected more people who would make use of modern technology and tools. I tried to interpret it in the following way, and this comes out of the discussions we hold in the Inter-Party Parliamentary Committee. So let me interrupt you. This percentage is in young farmers. So when it comes to older farmers, the percentage is even higher. So what's the main problem, in my opinion? They are not convinced, the farmers are not convinced that integrating technology and innovation from digital farming, drones, use of sensors or meteorological stations, anything, be it simple or more advanced. These farmers are not convinced that it's worth their while, that it's worth the training, worth the investment, and that at the end of the day, it would make a big difference as regards their income. And to be honest, you need to talk about this long and hard in order to conclude whether there is an added value or not. So we go back to what we said in the beginning, the size of the holding, whether these farmers want to be part of cooperative schemes, whether they intend to do this forever or because whether it's something transitional until they find something different to do. So the answer regarding this low percentage is that some people end up saying that whether I have this or have half of it, the difference at the end of the day to my income is not worth my while. It's a wrong, though. It's a wrong perception, 100%. But I actually believe that this is why we have these results. But maybe the lack of information is also to blame. We saw from the research that almost 1 out of 2 know the financing instruments and what's available right now for the primary sector. For example, GAIA EPICHEIREIN, they're responsible for smart farming, and we're talking about digital transformation in this aspect. So we see that farmers, on the one hand, do not have the knowledge as to what exactly is happening. And then here's another big issue that was explained to me in the previous days from the people that yes, we say yes to digitalization, yes, different tools, yes, that we need to use innovation in the field, but there's a data issue here. And we don't know whether all this data, why doesn't this data reach the farmers so that they can be assisted in production? Well, this is a very important matter, and this is another absurdity, rather. It's a paradox.
There's many sources of information, platforms, other ways to find things out regarding the primary sector. There's also many things written by the press. We need to change how we do things. So once we used to have a lot of press about sports, now we need to change that because there's not much written about agriculture. So what we lack is an education on how to make the best use out of the information we receive. What we need is that the producer needs to know what to look for and how far to look for that. So in Greece, we have created something which is not unique to Greece, I have to say. We have a tradition, a long-standing tradition, where every new scheme, every new program is translated into one or two keywords, like improvement schemes means machinery, tractors. New farmers schemes, what is it? 75 hours of training, which has certain requirements which lead to certain results. So we tend to translate things into very specific results. So this drives people away from the actual goal. This prevents us from setting priorities, from reaching all citizens. This prevents us from finding out how exactly farmers can benefit. And this is something that we're all responsible for. Yes, but now you belong to the legislative. You belong to a committee that's doing a very good job, but I have to ask if the executive branch is responsive to what you're doing, if there's any result. I'm very, very impressed by what the survey found, that 1 out of 2 farmers are not aware of the financing tools, are not aware of digital tools to help the business. Well, yes, I have some things I wanted to say in the next panels, but I will say now that the biggest issue is that there's areas where we actually try to change things. These areas are the exact areas where we see a lack of interest. The Ministry of Agriculture has started a new information cycle about the new CAP, about the new schemes. They have tried to do something like that in the past. We don't have the results yet on how these programs actually benefit the end user. So there are programs that aim to train people who work in the primary sector, who want to teach people what the important things are and how to find the necessary information. Let me give you an example about environmental issues, for example, environmental programs. Many times I have wondered why one of the biggest difficulties for a farmer to adjust in the new policy era, why they think this is the eco schemes. And this is something that begins at the beginning, that begins in the training schemes themselves from Europe, from the center. This was a plan, this was an orientation chosen based on protecting the environment, which is, of course, very useful for primary production, which is very useful for the environment itself. And this was the main driver every member state used in order to sell it to the farmers, to the producers. I won't say impose, I will just say sell. So this is what we used to help them. But the products, the end product, did not gain any added value from this. The only thing that changed was the cost, which became more expensive, but we didn't get back what we put in. So the producer didn't have any gain from it. Therefore, the producer in Lamia, Iraklia, anywhere in Greece, was asking me this. Okay, I will stop using as much fertilizer. I will use less water. I will use smarter methods of agriculture. I will want to contribute in saving the planet. But am I the only person who's going to be saving the planet when at the same time factories in China, ships from India are working in the old way, are harmful to the environment? And I'm not saying that the farmer is right or that the farmer is wrong, but I am saying that if there is not a proper hierarchy of the targets, and if those targets are not well thought of course, we want to save the environment and protect the environment, but we also want to make things easier for agriculture. And we also need to think of how the industry works. For example, we focus on replacing plastic straws with paper straws, but then we miss the whole point. We want to make agriculture greener, but do we use the best method? And if the farmer sees that other industries are not taking the same steps to help the environment, and the farmer himself or herself has to finance those efforts, then of course this creates issues. And I think this is related to the lack of willingness from farmers to upgrade their farms, to do the research, to find out where to get information. This has more to do with unwillingness rather than a lack of information in itself. And please interrupt me because I used to work in politics, so I'm used to talking a lot. There is no way to shut off my mic. So I would like to ask Mr. Papagelopoulos that we have a big problem with bureaucracy. Bureaucracy poses many obstacles to younger farmers. So I wonder if the young farmers' problems is more budgetary, i.e. a lack of access to financing, or is an institutional problem, is a problem of bureaucracy? Yes, let me answer to that question. First, I would like to congratulate GAIA for ordering this survey, because every program that has a target has to use certain indicators and has to ask the end users why something went wrong, why they think something went wrong. And it's even more important to do such surveys in the future as well. And I'm not saying it because I want to sell my product as at GPO. I want to say this because it's actually useful. Yes, let me say about the GPO survey that it was addressed to farmers up to 45 years of age. So we are talking about young farmers, essentially young farmers who are facing important issues. I think that the question here is not only budgetary, but institutional as well. As you said, financial motives come first, and the amount of subsidy is very important, for which there is room for improvement, but also a very important problem was in lack of infrastructure, lack of technical support, and bureaucracy, administrative burden. So every planning needs to come along with suggestions to reduce bureaucracy, to reduce the administrative burden, because even if we have a good plan, it will not perform as intended. First, we need to make a tube, a pipe, and then we put water in the pipe. So I would also like to ask this. Access to financing might be related to the level of bureaucracy, so we shouldn't say it's just a financial issue that farmers are facing. So can we actually say that bureaucracy is a factor? Yes, of course. This is why I said that not only it's a budgetary issue, but it's also an institutional issue. Yes, but why was there so much money invested in the digitalization of public administration? We see gov.gr, for example, there's many great steps taken towards digitalization of public administration. I think it depends on the definition of bureaucracy. Sometimes bureaucracy could be digital as well. Digitalization does not always mean simplification. Sometimes we just move bureaucracy from paper to the digital era. So there is a strategy within a time frame, and this time frame is used by the user in order to plan ahead. And at the end of this time frame, the user wants to see results. And we also are very dependent in the primary sector, especially for new entries in the sector, very dependent on the subsidy framework. It's one thing to say I have some policies that help and they are additional to further actions that have nothing to do with actual subsidies. They're not offering financial motives, and it's a different thing to be dependent on those subsidies in order to work in this field. For many decades in Greece, we have been based on subsidies. We have been based on this. If this framework is not adequate enough to become a concrete base for future work, then every other effort is destined to fail. And this is something that is very detrimental and adds to bureaucracy because in itself is often difficult to use. And this is happening because we have mixed up our priorities here. As I said, I served as a vice minister for 6 months. I was there until August 2021. And that was the time when we wrapped up the previous programming period and started publishing tenders for other programs. So I have to say that we always think about making programs that will be useful. And we think about that. We say, okay, we want more farmers into agriculture. We want newer farmers. But I have to say that I'm not sure we made the right choices. And I'm not sure we're making the right choices right now, because I'm not sure whether the criteria should be quantitative or qualitative. If you say, for example, that I want 100 new entries in agriculture, and here I'm just thinking out loud, I'm not sure if we should focus on quality. One thing is for sure, we cannot go on like this. So what is better, to have a program, to design a program for 1,000 to 2,000 new entries, or to make a brief decision and say, I have this budget, and with this budget, I can help, but really help 100 people, not more. I can really help 100 people and give them all the means, all the support, consulting, everything to do what they can in order to help them survive. Yes, but here we have an odd finding in the survey. We don't see that the system is saturated. We don't see that the system cannot help more farmers. So here's my question to both of you. Through the survey, we draw an odd conclusion. We see that both finance instruments and knowledge go to the owners of big holdings. The people who own small plots of land, small holdings, have no idea of the help available to them. But why is that? Is this because they're unwilling to look for information? Is this because they have no perspective? Because they are never going to be able to have a bigger holding? Why does the information not reach small farmers? I'm sure that in the second part of the panel we will see, and I'm sure that the survey also is showing that the younger farmers have better access to information. I think the main conclusion we can draw is that support depends on the size of the holding, on bureaucracy, on the ability to reach information, and on unfortunately, we see that support is going towards the bigger holdings because they have the means to access information. This is why we call for better support for small farmers, for better services and information. Of course, when we talk about big holdings, we're not talking about large companies. We're talking about just a big plots of land. But the Common Agricultural Policy tends to reward size over quality, unfortunately. So here's where we have the problem. And we cannot find a solution to this problem if we do not see this holistically. The problem is the very structure which is based on performance. And we see this in a number of support programs. So this performance is, of course, connected to the size of the holding and the size of production. This leads us to the following. We are talking about the need to have new farmers in the profession. So this essentially means that we need to redesign the tools. We need to redesign the support for new farmers. And we want better support for new farmers compared to the previous programming period. So this also brings along a number of issues. So we have suggestions that cost money, and we also have suggestions that do not cost money, that are based on the existing ecosystem. Training, for example. But what kind of training? In the survey, I read that the typical qualifications of farmers now compared to farmers 30 years ago are miles ahead. We are talking about young farmers who are university graduates, who speak foreign languages, who, even if they haven't had a university education, are digitally literate. Well, what is missing from all these? Targeted training, targeted education that everyone should get, regardless of the profession, as a farmer, as a butcher, as a barber, or a trader. Every one of those people is also an entrepreneur, so they should receive the corresponding education. They should receive a training on how to run a business. Also, agriculture in Greece is a profession without certification. So a farmer doesn't have a diploma. Every professional usually has to have some qualification. And let's not talk about journalism, which is a whole different beast. So we need to draw the line somewhere and say that if you want to be a farmer, if you want to receive subsidies, if you want to receive aid, you need some sort of certification. And what should this entail? Does this include a part where the wannabe farmer needs to have a certain training on how to grow things and how to use certain digital tools, for example, and a training where they will learn how to utilize databases with meteorological data, how to utilize technology and the available resources. It's also something we need to look into institutionally, and all this give the impression that the job of a farmer is actually a job that comes with qualification. It's not just the son of a cotton farmer who inherited the holding. It's not the son of a cherry farmer who just inherited some trees and, well, they have to work. Yes, but shouldn't we also offer support to the cooperatives or to smaller or larger producer groups and integrate them into new schemes? Well, we are in Xanthi, which is the homeland of Alexandros Baltadzis, a very forward-thinking man. And Alexandros Kodos mentioned a very important program for Greek agriculture. So we need to support those collectives, those groups. This is the backbone of our society. They will be the answer to the problems that our sector faces since many years. Only 15% of professional farmers belong to the very few, maybe 1,000 or a bit over 100 cooperatives, and under 100 of those cooperatives are actually functioning. So we need a new type of policy. We need a new policy supporting cooperatives, collectives, because right now they are not funded. Farmers are not funded. Cooperatives are not funded. If you're not a part of a support scheme like ESPA, then the banks don't give you any money. So this needs to change. If a cooperative wants to receive money from a bank, the bank checks the credit rating of the members, not of the cooperative itself. So this is the root of many problems for young farmers. Yes, and I think that this is an issue stemming from what you've mentioned as well. When we ask people what is the biggest problem they're facing right now, and they reply bureaucracy, this is an issue. But when you ask them what is the main motive for someone to enter agriculture, the reply is money. Actually, it's a financial motive, subsidies. What do you think is the main issue that this survey has pinpointed as the most worrying? Yes, let me give you my answer. I think that this survey, compared to other surveys, was a survey that was met with great interest. People who replied really had things to say. And I would like to make this known. So the people who replied wanted to speak because they had things to say, and also because they didn't have the voice and the medium to say those things, right? Yes, that is correct. However, the most worrying trend, I think, was a horizontal issue. It was the vulnerability a farmer is facing, the fear, which is a horizontal issue. So the biggest problem I have seen is that there is a limited pool for renewal in the profession. A farmer retires, there is no one to take their place. So we see the sector that is shrinking, and this offers no new perspectives for the future. So this is the most worrying result. The digital gap, the shrinking of the profession. The digital gap, I might add, is almost at 60%. And lack of information as well. Only 32% were aware of the different measures. So we need to set priorities, and we need to focus on those areas in order to attract new blood to the profession, new farmers. I think that a large percentage of people you asked think of abandoning agriculture, think of choosing a different profession. Yes, this was the reply as well. A lot of farmers replied that they plan to reduce activity in the future. I would also like to ask Mr. Economou, could it be that it is wrong to focus on how to keep a farmer in the field? I mean, for example, Xanthi faces a big demographic issue. The whole area of Thrace faces a big demographic issue. There was even a discussion in the Parliament. Shouldn't perhaps the state connect all those policies to these issues? Because even if you give a farmer 5 million euro, if the farmer doesn't have a road to drive on, doesn't have a school to bring their children to, they cannot work. You cannot develop the sector without enhancing the infrastructure.
You're absolutely right. It's a very important parameter for the generation renewal. We must have a combination of policies. They must complement one another. And I've already said that in this field, it's very important. one can exercise criticism regarding the way politics have handled the primary sector. I don't like disparaging the system. A lot has happened. There have been some bad things, but we've got exports now, and I'm sure that things can become even greater. Things can grow. But the biggest deficit or the biggest mistake so far, and I'm talking about something that we've done in general over all the previous years. So what's missing? The feeling that this is a sector of strategic importance for Greece at the same par as energy and defense. There is no such belief in the country. So we know that some steps have been made, bigger or smaller. There've also a lot of steps have been made, mistakes have been made. But people don't understand and don't have the feeling how strategically important the primary sector is. Look at the hierarchy of ministries. It's third, 16th. It's third from the end or from the bottom. I'm talking about the Ministry of Rural Development and Food. So it's very low in the hierarchy of ministries. So when a minister went to the MRDF, we know that they used to say when people became ministers in this ministry, they felt, oh my God, why am I being appointed here? Well, forget the ministry. Think of the veterinarians and agronomists. I am an agronomist and I deal with the agri-food sector after graduating from the Agricultural University of Athens. So the geotechnical chamber and how it intervenes in the economy, in development. Is this linked to TEE, the Technical Chamber of Greece, where you have the engineers, for example? So these two chambers do not have the same weight. And why is the same case? Is it because they love engineers more than they love agronomists or veterinarians? No, it's got to do with the way people think of fishing and of farming. They don't think of it as an important sector. That's the problem. And this is one of the main reasons why we have a problem with shrinking demographics in rural areas. Because what can constitute a competitive advantage and making regions more attractive compared to urban areas is the primary sector. It's not just the field. It's not just cultivation. It's the transit centers, hub, startups, processing plants, the auction halls for agri-food products. But if we don't have people there, how can all this happen? And why don't we have enough farmers? Because we haven't understood the importance of the primary sector. And then COVID came along and the war of aggression against Ukraine and all these problems with cereals and so on and so forth. And then we started talking about food security and so on and so forth. But we might have problems ahead of us, and there might be a problem of food security in the future. So we have to think differently. So you're absolutely right. In order for people to stay in rural areas and for people to come back to rural areas and work in the primary sector, the policies in place in Greece must be coordinated and they must help in this respect. And if our government wins the elections for the third consecutive time, we will then focus on the primary sector and have a set of development policies in order to strengthen rural areas. This will be our focus if we are re-elected. So I'd like to say that we see that there are other countries where rural areas and urban areas claim their citizens. They want inhabitants and they want to keep them there because even if we increase the birth rate in Greece and even if demographics are better in the future than what they are now, so even if we manage to increase the birth rate, and that's hard, believe me, they will still not be able to keep these young people once they reach the age of 2022. And then they say, okay, I'm going to stay in the city where I studied, where I did my master's, my PhD. So in order for them to go back to rural areas, they have to be offered something in order to come to the rural areas. So we're talking about other things, for example, schools for children, playgrounds, kindergartens, sporting facilities, anything that can also make the products they produce worthwhile, because sometimes you can't be competitive because there are not enough, if you like, processing plants and so on and so forth. So we need to have a development policy in place. And as Mr. Papangelopoulos said, you must provide somebody more incentives to go to a rural area than to stay in an urban area. We have a lot of time ahead of us, so that's good. We're not short for time. So does anybody have any questions for Mr. Papangelopoulos or Mr. Economos? Mr. Antoniadis, won't you ask a question today? Microphone, please. Mobile microphone for Mr. Antoniadis. We can't hear him right now. I'm very sorry. There is no microphone, so there can be no translation. Could you just wait a minute? Thank you. Here's the mic. So we see that there were certain slides and showed that there was a gap in knowledge, and this is also linked to red tape. And I'm talking about banks as well. So we see that things are very different from what we see in the banking system. I was working in the banks until 2 years ago. So the tools are known to everyone. But what you need is for people to be mobilized. I'm talking about producers and also cooperatives, producers groups, and so on and so forth. So they need to take action. And let me give you an example. Since we are in Xanthi, and Sinan has experienced this, I'm sure. So we have contract farming. We heard about 2,000 active tobacco growers. I think that's what he mentioned. And we see that there were tobacco companies that were offering advance payments to these farmers. And then 3 banks came along and said, look, come, create this tripartite body, meaning you, the bank, the company, and then take the money that you need to grow your field 6 months before you sell. Isn't there such a tool? So what's missing now? What's name applies in cotton, in cereal crops. So the people who will actually take the products, well, it's not the cooperatives that take the products only. If it's an individual farmer, it's done differently. But then there's another part that needs to be done by the state. And I'm talking about you. The time for implementation, financing programs. This is not up to the banks. Our banks are responsible for a very small part of all of this. And I'd like to tell you that they handle things very well, the banks. But implementation periods, well, actually, we see that the producer wants to get money for the investment. And I'm talking about a lot of expenditure, a lot of costs, interest rates that have to be paid. Well, this might explain this high percentage. It depends. Maybe the interpretation wasn't right. Yes, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Antoniadis, for the question. The problem of delay in implementation of the programs, this is a true problem. And it's got to do with the way in which the different assessment mechanisms are being implemented. We're talking about the flow of a program from the approval, the assessment, payment in the end. Let me just say that now we're talking about greenhouses. We're talking about 600 million. And there was such a program, a flagship program. It was announced, but the assessment has not taken place for many reasons, and one of them being that we have to organize ourselves better in the ministry, but elsewhere. I'm talking about the structures. I'm not saying that the banks do not have a contribution when it comes to financing. Of course they do, and it would be unfair to say that this is not the case. And I'm not claiming that we need to do what we did in the past, which led to many problems in cooperatives, but also for the banks themselves. But let me just say the following. And I'm not saying this by myself. This is something that was highlighted by co-ops, very robust co-ops that came to speak to us, and also individual producers as well. So there's this general feeling, if you like. It's very difficult for an investment plan which isn't under RDP or under the NSRF, meaning the partnership agreement. It's very difficult for an investment plan to find financing, financial support from the banking sector in Greece. And this is a blow to their competitiveness. I'm not talking about working capital. I'm not talking about advance payments. Microphone, please. Microphone. Well, I'm not talking only about the primary sector, SMEs. It's the same for SMEs. And I'm not only talking about the banks, I'm also talking about the state. So here we have to do with how the resources of the CAP and other programs are being directed. So we're talking about a capital guarantee. We're talking about favorable interest rates because the interest rates can be subsidized. So this is a matter that was put to us at the inter-party parliamentary committee level. So we're not only talking about the farming sector, but other sectors as well. So let me put it nicely. We have to have a better footprint when it comes to providing financial support to farmers. Thank you very much, Mr. Economou, Mr. Papangelopoulos, for this very lively discussion. We see that everybody's still here. People were very interested in what you had to say and in the research. Before we move on to the break, let me say that in the bags, there is a questionnaire, and please fill it in because you will help us in our work. And because in the next panel, there will be a presentation in English by Mr. Yves Madre from Farm Europe, please get your headsets. Thank you very much. Enjoy your break. We will be back in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Please take your seat so we can start the next panel. Welcome again to the 12th Conference of GAIA EPICHEIREIN. Our topic today is generation renewal in agriculture. Now, we'll have a discussion about the future of European and Greek agriculture. Before I invite our speakers to take their seats, I would like to invite Yves Madre, President of Farm Europe, one of the most important European think tanks in policy issues, a think tank which often offers suggestions and solutions for agriculture. Mr. Yves Madre has made a presentation which will be the best possible introduction to the next discussion.
Not only a pleasure to participate and to attend such a meeting and to have these discussions that we have today during your Congress. And maybe on brackets, I would dream that in each member state we could have such days right now. Why right now? Because we truly are at the crossroads. It's usual to say that. But today, this week's negotiations in the European Union, in Brussels, are in full swing. And this is the right time, the perfect timing to have the discussions we have today. When I mention negotiations, it's of course negotiation when it comes to CAP, we'll discuss about that. When it comes to budget, of course, but as well negotiation when it comes to all other regulations which could impact positively or negatively the farming sector, be it environmental, carbon, trade, and so on, bioeconomy. We'll mention that later. So let's talk maybe very briefly about one just tricky thing, not very important, you would say. No, you won't say that. Budget, financing. Next week, heads of government, European Council, will discuss about budget. So we have just a surprise, and I think that in the room you are as well surprised. The slide should have been in Greek and not in French or English. Sorry about that, but you know the figures are exactly the same. So when it comes to budget on the discussion of next week, to be very honest, we do not expect any conclusive meeting, of course, next week, considering especially the paper table right now by the presidency, which is more a commission paper than something else. So basically, the presidency, Cyprus was a bit forced to adopt the view of the Commission, saying, okay, we will propose a budget of 2 trillion euros. And you could say that's very ambitious. Yes, but 2 trillion euros when it comes to expenses, but not when it comes to financing of the budget. This budget is largely unfunded, and for sure, in the next month, we will see all the European Council discussing a reduction of this ambition. But despite that, which is the first challenge, the second challenge, very concrete one, is when it comes to the CAP budget. We need, and there is no other option, to increase the proposal of the Commission. 300 billion euro minus 20% is not an option. And the proposal, the ideas floated by Mrs. von der Leyen in January, saying to member states, to government, if ever you want, if ever you can, you would be in a position to take extra euros from your own national allocation in order to finance more farmers, but less cohesion, less regions. This is a truly hot potatoes that Mrs. von der Leyen sent to member states, to government. This is just unbearable. And what we need is not to say, you could have the option, just have war at home. No, we need a dedicated refinanced CAP budget. And the discussion behind the curtains right now is to try to increase from 300 billion euros to at least 350 billion euros, and to add extra money from the European Competitive Fund, extra money dedicated to agriculture, to infrastructure useful for agriculture. I will develop that a bit later. And to answer the question of your Congress, if ever I am a farmer, if ever I am a young farmer, okay, you will have some difficulties to believe me, considering my gray hair. But if ever I want to be a new entrant, should I do it or not? Or should I just escape? Definitively, the future of the farming sector in Europe can be a very bright one if we act in full responsibility all us if the regulation, the European regulations, if the national one are in line and ready to act as people politically could say. And you heard a lot about food security. Number one priority. European sovereignty. Number one base priority. Fine. And the objective that we all have accepted to have a neutral carbon European economy within just next decades. But behind that, what is requested? What is requested is to be more sovereign, to have a carbon neutral economy, is biomass, agricultural production. We need that. And the option is either we produce it or we will import it. And if we import it, we will only switch from dependency on fossil to dependency on biomass. Then please just forget the word sovereignty. Be consistent. So if we want to achieve the goal on what is said and decided, we need no less than an increase of 25% of European agricultural production, sector by sector, and there is no other option. This is what we need and what should be delivered. But how? How? If we say, okay, we will stick to the current regulation, we will decrease the CAP budget. Where is the consistency? And before talking about the CAP and what kind of CAP we need, first we have to overcome few European challenges. The first one is the challenges of water. Water availability, water storage. And it's not a problem of Greece, Spain, or Italy only. It's a European-wide problem. You see on this score, on this map, it's a 12-month study. Just summarized here. Of course, the degree of problem could be different, but we studied region by region in order to assess the problem and what could be some right answers to alleviate the problems. I see no region in Europe escaping from the problem of water. And the one not feeling or feeling that they are safe today is just a matter of time. Data and facts are quite terrible. It will come. And so we have to address the problem of management of water management, meaning quality and quantity, storage and management. And then, in order to deliver on that, we need a European strategy and some financing in order to alleviate the problem. And that's a European concern. That's not only a problem of agriculture or farming. It's a European-wide problem. No water, no farming, no rural community, no life at all. In some areas, especially in Spain, they experience unfortunately the problem and it's too late. So let's avoid such a thing. Second point, of course, who would invest in this room if you don't know if tomorrow you will survive? We have to manage properly crisis, risk, and crisis in agriculture. We have some tools, we have to develop more tools, and notably to have a reinsurance, European reinsurance tool in order to address properly problem of insuring climate change problems and market volatility, both of them, and it's doable. Third main European challenges when it comes to agriculture, innovation and digitalization. If we want to produce more with less, if we want more stable productions despite climate change, there is only one answer: smart farming. you can't escape this answer. And it has to be done, it has to be developed concretely. And what does it mean? It means that that's very easy at European level. They have to take into consideration what you did. You launched the project years ago here with your organization. Now in Greece, you have expanded all around Greece, all across Greece. We have to take that into consideration and to have it at European scale, member state by member state, and developing a proper digital infrastructure for farmers, for agriculture. That's not costly. We all know that. We know that. That's just investments in the future in order to deliver and to have what we could call, and I would like to have this principle in the next CAP, the principle of sustainable intensification. And because one basic principle of the next CAP, I think, is that the CAP should finance production, sustainable production, and should not finance any measure which aim would be to decrease production. Just be crystal clear. And if politicians want to be consistent, saying we want food security, we want more sovereignty, okay, let's do it. And let's write that clearly, explicitly in the next CAP, which is negotiated right now. And when it comes to the next CAP, to be short, I think that there are three key issues. First, to preserve the autonomy of the CAP and to make sure that the C of the CAP means something. This policy should be used in order to bring more synergy, more production, and not to say to each member state, do it yourself, and if ever, please compete with your neighbor. That's not the aim of the European Union. The aim is synergy and the fact that we work all together and in a very collaborative way. The second point is to rethink the reform in order to make sure that indeed we refocus on sustainable production. We need more production everywhere in Europe, and not to abandon some areas. But if we want more production, we should make sure that we have more profitability when it comes to the farming sector. Nobody will enter into the farming sector, I guess, if it's just to have no revenue or little one. And then we have to make sure that all the measures, all the new CAP will have this kind of synergy in order to develop proper tools to encourage production, responsible production, and thanks to this production and the biomass we produce responsibly, will deliver on sustainability. And of course, some things that I already mentioned when it comes to water, fertilizer, of course, digital farming, all the investments in infrastructure we should. And what could be the outcome when it comes to the implementation of the CAP for Greece? So we developed some simulation tools that will be ready for use for you, for members, in order to assess what could be the impact of any scenario that will be discussed for farmers. When it comes to farmers and the annual subsidies they received on their bank account, all of them they received. When it comes to the request of co-financing for member states, it should be credible, of course. And when it comes to the environmental footprint of the CAP, because we all know that it will be something discussed politically. And when it comes to Greece, we assessed a lot of the different scenarios. Let's focus on one. Scenario one is the initial proposal of the Commission, July proposal. I will not mention the second one, which is not a scenario, which is just ideas from Mrs. von der Leyen in January. They were sweet dreams, but not implementable ones. And the second scenario we assessed is the one that we had in mind to increase the budget, the ring-fence budget of CAP, to make sure that indeed we will develop some dual performance schemes within the CAP, efficiency schemes instead of eco schemes. But I know that some eco schemes in Greece were useful, and the idea to link definitively sustainability in production is behind this idea of efficiency scheme. 100% CAP finance, not co-finance. This has some importance. And I will not summarize the 100 pages of amendments that we gave to MEPs and member states in order to reform the proposal of reform of the Commission. But briefly, the impact. The Commission's proposal for Greece and Greek farmers mean around -8 to -10% of payments that they could receive. But at the same time, you would have to go to the Ministry for Finance in order to get nearly €1 more billion of national co-financing. Is it credible? But if you don't have this 1 billion extra euro, you won't be able to activate and to use some of the CAP measures. So it wouldn't be -8, it would be -15. And when it comes to the environmental agro spending, -30%. Politically, quite difficult to explain. So we try to assess other scenarios, and we'll continue with you, because the work we have developed during the 10 last years with you has been very valuable, and we will continue to work on that. So assessing the other scenario, we could indeed not sell dreams, but at least make sure that the Greek community, farming community, could get more in order to be ready to invest and to prepare the future. Then the point will be indeed to shape this new CAP in order to make it possible for each member state, and it will be up to you, all of you, to decide at home if the priority will be to increase annual payment to farmers and to have a nice mix between increasing investment supports and keeping annual payment to farmers. Having in mind, and let's consider that we switch microphones just few seconds or we close doors, that within some years we'll have to discuss the next enlargement. Right now, the CAP reform is being negotiated without taking into account at all the perspective of the enlargement. And we all know that when it comes to the enlargement, we will have to reshape some part of the CAP. And the part of the CAP which will be discussed at that time, and I guess in just 4 to 5 years' time, in order to prepare the enlargement, will be what we call today the direct decoupled payments. And you already mentioned several times, and the speakers mentioned several times during the morning, the fact that what is most important will be investments. Investments in technologies, in farms that will bring more profitability, more production, and less cost. We all see what I have in mind, and you know that more than ever because you are promoting such a thing. So investments, risk management, crisis management, and encouraging farmers to be entrepreneurs. Not to tell them what they have to do, to help them to do what they think that they should do in order to deliver and to be better tomorrow than today. I was longer than I expected. I'm sorry about that, but thank you for your attention.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά τον κύριο.
Thank you very much, Mr. Madre. I think that from his presentation, we all understood the importance of the large investments that must be made at the level of the EU in order to increase production. He talked about investments that need to be made in digital tools. And here we have the role of digital transformation, which is key. And I think that it should be of concern to us, but also at a central level in the EU in order for digital transformation to help not only Greek farmers, but also European farmers in general. There will be questions in the panel that follows. So without further ado, let me invite to the podium the speakers for the discussion that will follow. And believe me, this will be a very interesting discussion. Professor Spiros Kitsios, Rector of the Agricultural University of Athens, Mr. Yannis Ikonomou from the Inter-Party Committee, former Minister and MP. Please sit here. Former Minister Xanthi Yanakidis, Rector, could you actually sit there? And also Mr. Nikos Pavlonasios from Young Farmers, the Pan-Hellenic Union of Farmers, Mr. Paolo Gouveia, the Chief Policy Advisor of Cooperative-driven, and Mr. Ivo Madre, President of Farm Europe, who just gave his presentation. Could you please all come forward and sit on the stage? We need the technicians to help us. Just a minute. Thank you very much. Let's begin without further ado. First question to the Rector of the Agricultural University of Athens, Mr. Kinzios. So my question, Rector, is that before we saw the GPO research for GAIA EPICHEIREIN, which commissioned this research, we see that young farmers have a good education level. This is a difference to the past. Mr. Ikonomou said that in the past, people would become farmers if they weren't good students. And I think that this is no longer the case. But we still see that they ask for training, advice, and so on and so forth. You are the rector, so you get in touch with young students every day. So the question is, how can university and the research community bridge this gap that has been highlighted? Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a great honor. I've been to all the GAIA EPICHEIREIN conferences, and they actually focus on the real problems facing farmers. We need this research. We actually need to have regeneration of rural areas, the value chain, and so on and so forth. As was correctly mentioned by the former minister and dear colleague, Yannis Ikonomou, who will support farming if not people who are already farmers, young farmers. So we're not waiting for people who are in urban areas, but we're waiting for people who are in rural areas and who have a tradition in farming mainly. Now, what can we do as a university? One of the biggest deficits that we have in education has to do with agronomists in the field, the presence of agronomists in the field. There's very good service provided via smartphone. We have the advisory system and can be further improved. AKIS, AKIS, has brought about great improvements. But if you don't have agronomists in the field, that's the problem. Until the 1970s, there were agronomists in Greece that were called people who actually went to the field and did things in practice. They were responsible for the application. So what we need is these agronomists of a more general nature. We have a lot of specialized agronomists, but no, we want people who will go help the farmers in the field when it comes to applications. Why is this happening? For many reasons. First of all, a problem, and I think it's inevitable, we have an over-specialization. This is something that cannot easily be avoided. I come from a department, we're talking about biotechnology. And of course, we need biotechnology, but we tend to forget that the aim of university is not just to carry out research, but to provide training. And I've been to various universities, I've been to many countries in the world, and so on and so forth. And I'd like to say that this crisis, meaning the members of the university people, well, the problem is that we have disconnected research and education from the field. So we have high quality research, but sometimes it's not connected to what's happening in daily practice. Now, let's move on to training of farmers per se. This must be done in the field. So we've done a lot in the Agricultural University. We have SMADIC, which is an innovation hub, and it's in central Greece, in Aliartos, Viotia. There for 3 years, we actually gave a very good example of how modern technology, starting from digital means, that's at the front line, but we also used other technologies as well, bioeconomy, circular systems, if you like, stimulants, and so on and so forth, and traceability. So we offered all these tools to the farmers, but we talk about the triple helix, the quadruple helix, meaning universities, regions, industry, and farmers. Well, this helix is not well structured in Greece. As soon as the financing of the region was finished, we couldn't continue our work in this hub. And this is a state-of-the-art research center, which is not operational right now because we don't have staff. We can't pay for staff. So we wanted to have various possibilities through DEPA, which is the Greek PES, the employment service, and so on and so forth. So we need such innovation centers, which will be there with the farmers near the farms, and we need to have early adoption of technology. We need farmers who actually will do what they need to do. The experiments will be conducted in their fields, and then they can pave the way for others to follow. So so farming must be a good job, and it must be advertised as an attractive job. And let us not forget that it's a good alternative to working in the public sector, because now with AI, we'll see that there won't be need for so many people in the public sector. A lot will be done by AI. So what we need is to have a good income for farmers. So if it is a profit-making job, that of a farmer, and if it's properly, if you like, communicated, then it can become more attractive. So this has got to do with what we talked about previously. We're talking about a whole chain, if you like. So we have the university, but then one of the links in the chain breaks, and then a region which did not respond to certain requests, maybe because it wasn't able to, because we shouldn't actually blame them for anything. But sometimes we see the problems that arise. I don't want to take up any of your time, but let me say that in Greece right now, we have these state KEK, vocational training centers, and they're for farmers, but there are very few applications for farming, and they're trying to find a solution, but the way in which things are promoted is not very attractive. So we have to start from the ground. And this has got to do with what was mentioned earlier by the minister. We should have compulsory education meaning you need to have certified farming education, and you have to have refresher courses every 5 years or so. Mr. Economou, let us move on to the CAP. Here we see that there's a new architecture post-2027 or by the Commission, higher flexibility, different, if you like, conditions, but maybe there's a risk of actually watering down the real common nature of the CAP. But there is some concern. What is this concern? They're competitive funds, and this means that money from the CAP will go to other funds. This negotiation is in full swing. Our country has sided with other countries that believe in autonomy and in a powerful and robust CAP with good money behind the CAP. So let's see how things unfold. But I'd like to make 3-4 main comments in relation to the CAP and the funds. One having to do with the CAP funding. The way things are now, it seems that in the next programming period, we will have a cumulative amount of 20 billion, 14 billion ring-fenced, and the rest are from the other, if you like, funds. And we saw a very good presentation earlierly, and it described everything very well. So in Greece, we have a following problem, and it's a problem that's existed for many years. We see what money we will get, and we calculate that, and that money seems to be very little. And when the time comes for the absorption and so on and so forth, we see that there's always some money to spare, and not all of it is absorbed. So, okay, the actual amount is one thing of the allocation, but spending it wisely and being able to absorb it is another thing. Another thing regarding the common agricultural policy, it's not a strategy, it's a tool. That's what I believe. Mistakenly, we think that strategy, that CAP is a strategy. It's not, it's a tool. And I think that the people in the audience understand what I'm saying. So we're trying to create the new strategic plan for the new programming period. And how we will actually go about it. Well, first of all, we have to do two things. We have to understand what happened in the previous programming period. Lessons learned. Was it a good CAP, strategic plan? What went wrong? And what lessons can we learn? And we have to take advantage of two things. The preparedness of farmers to respond to the plan that we will create, meaning if we create a strategic plan and there's a big gap between what the farmers can do and what we want to achieve, well, this means that these things will never materialize. So you're talking about knowledge as well. Yes, I'm talking about the whole thing. And also the ability, the capacity of the state, of the ministry, the whole ecosystem that will serve this strategic plan to be able to implement in practice what we want. So we want delivery. Another thing that's very important, the country will be called upon to make very important decisions regarding the management of the support and the resources in the new programming period. This is something that has concerned us in the Inter-Party Committee. We've never had a common conclusion so far, but I believe this time we might be able to achieve just that. There's a good, if you like, ambiance in the Inter-Party Committee. We have engagement by all political parties, but there's specific questions that need to be answered. And I'm just telling you all this because we will have to hear the opinion of everyone, of all stakeholders. We will continue to offer subsidies to all the way we did in the past, be they professional farmers or whether they have other professions as well. Well, this is a very good question. There is no yes or no answer. Will everybody get what they're entitled to? Or that we're under these conditions because we have the definition of the active farmer, maybe we have to take a different stance when it comes to allocating subsidies. There's no easy answer. The important thing is that up until now, if we were to continue with the same philosophy, I don't think we'll be able to solve important problems. Second, will we change this ratio between the income support and the investment support? And how will we make up for a certain period of time for the income gap if we focus more on investment? There are countries in the EU where the investment chunk is bigger than that of the income support provided, and the added value there is much higher. And the country actually needs, in my opinion, such an underlying philosophy. All this It's not just questions. There's a cost attached to it. And of course, we need time to transition. You can't change things overnight. But these are matters that need to be put on the table. And I'm talking about the aid under the CAP. And finally, there are sectors where one must decide whether they'll be given priority over others. Let me tell you something about livestock farming, and then I'm going to end because I've already spoken for long. The biggest problem is the epizootic diseases. We've discussed this many times. Thrace has suffered a lot, as well as other areas of Greece. Now, let me talk about another problem. In the Inter-Party Committee, we said that we're talking about feta, livestock farming, and so forth. We had two professors that came to this Inter-Party Committee, Mr. Papadomighelakis from the Agricultural University and George Arsenos. You might know George. He is a professor at the School of Veterinary Medicine in Thessaloniki. So among other things, they said the following. The cost of feed in Greece in the last 3-4 years is around 3.5 billion, 3.8 rather billion euro. The value of produced products is below that. It's a 500 million less than that. So in order for us to produce, we need 3.8 billion, and we actually get 3.5 billion from the products we produce. What about the rest of the other countries in the EU? 40 billion is the cost of feed, and 130 billion is the cost of products produced. Why is this the case? For a number of reasons that have to do with the country's characteristics. So what do you need to do in order to solve this problem or to shift the problem? You have to do something radical if you want to change things for the better. One is circular economy and being able to have byproducts that can be used as feed. So this means that we need money. It needs resources. Another thing is the need to restructure the crops and cultivation. I think you all know what I mean. This, of course, means that there's a transitional period that is required because until the new crop starts delivering results, you need some time in between and you need to have money to support yourself. So we need to look at these two top priorities. Are we going to spend money on that, or will we start rehashing models that we have used in the past without great effect? So the question is, will we make this transition? Will we do things to our advantage? Will the aid be used in this equation? Will we say that in order for you to get aid, you have to be a member of a cooperative if you want to enhance cooperative schemes, and so on and so forth? So these are important questions. For me, these are the main questions when it comes to utilizing the CAP. Negotiations are underway. They will continue. Everything will be done, hopefully in the best way possible. So these have to do with strategy. So it's not got to do with the utilization. Mr. Yanakidis, he's from the area. He's a young man. If I remember well, he was one of the youngest to enter the government back in 2015. So, Mr. Yanakidis, from your experience here in Xanthi, do you see that the tools provided by the CAPs, because one of our subjects is the new CAP, tools for new entrants. So have we had good results so far? Do we see young people in production?
Yes, we do. Farmer to farmer. There's a farmer who might have family holdings, who inherits a large plot of land, has the equipment. So there's infrastructure, and it's a different thing to have a farmer in the mountainous areas of Xanthi that has small plots without the use of technology, with all the difficulties that entails, and another type of farmer who receives absolutely no support and just wants to try his hand in farming, in agriculture. The question here is not how the applications are done, but what it means and how many farmers remain in the field, how many farmers continue to work in agriculture, and under what conditions. So especially for our region, Eastern Macedonia and Thrace, the challenges are many. We have increased production cost. We have issue with crops. The same crop is much more productive elsewhere in Greece than here, and so the available income that's left for a farmer is much different, much lower here. Therefore, just like the Minister has said, financing is a tool. How we use the tool matters. The strategy matters. The plan matters. So we need to see that within the very core of our policy, regardless of the amount of available resources, we need to see how to best utilize them, in order to have tangible results for society. In 2022, we had the results of the Parliamentary Committee for our region, which mentioned that our region has a multitude of problems. And what was the result after these conclusions? Well, here's some money. Change some things. For example, you need to tackle unemployment, you need to bring universities closer to production. So basically, we have some findings, but we do not connect them to actions. Eurostat, Elstat, the Greek statistical agency, have data. Our region belongs to one of the most vulnerable regions in Europe. Many people, a larger percentage, live the poverty line. And a few days ago, I followed a seminar from the University of Greece, where we had some people saying that, yes, I want to enter the farming sector. I want to grow crops here, but how do I do this if I don't get any help? So we need to build on the existing infrastructure. How do we do this? We need to cover the increasing costs of petrol. We don't know what will happen tomorrow, if President Trump will wake up one day and have a bad mood and completely change the playing field. So we need to think about those things. We need to think about our product and its market value. We need processing to have a satisfactory sales value in order for the farmer to be able to feed their family by the fruit of their labor. So this is a bet for everyone involved, for the president of this committee, inter-party committee. We need to have a follow-up on the results of those inquiry committees. Yes, we do this, and we also we do need this, and we also need to have consistency in policies. We cannot just add or remove policies. We need to be consistent. Yes, thank you very much. So to Mr. Pavlo Nasos, the president of the Farmers Association. President of the Farmers Association. And I would like to ask what do you think? Where's the problem located? What are the problems you're facing currently? First, thank you. First of all, I would like to wish all the best for the outcome of the conference. And I want to start by saying that we've sort of become viral. And finally, because I hope that this visibility will bring about results. Our issues have become much more visible, and it's time to do this in order for anything to be done. Young farmers are indeed facing many challenges. Imagine you're walking on a frozen lake and you don't know how to do this. So there's no narrative, there's no compass, there's no strategy for young farmers. So young farmers don't know where they're going. And many people ask, why do young farmers leave the profession? Well, they do this because the future is uncertain. It's the first time that there is a scheme for young farmers, but young farmers ask to be removed, to exit this scheme. Unfortunately, we're taking the wrong direction. And unless we actually delve into the problem and see things how they are, we will not have solutions. We will not have a production, an agricultural production anymore. There's huge challenges we're facing at the moment. There's the climate crisis, climate change, call it what you will, environmental issues, the Mercosur agreement, the European Union agreement. And on the other hand, we have a common agricultural policy, which during the last programming period, unfortunately, just threw us off the deep end of the pool. We were left alone to fend for ourselves, and we don't know how to do this. Farmers and young farmers receive their income through the prices of their produce, which continues to drop, and from the income they receive from cap subsidies. Both of those two sources of income are decreasing. So we need to see that we need to stand by our farmers, we need to support them, and we need to approach young people, to recruit young people, if you will, and make them stay in rural areas. Thank you very much. Now, I want to ask Mr. Gouveia, President of GAIA. If you don't know GAIA, this is the strongest support group for farmers and farming cooperatives in Europe. It's a group that is very influential among policymakers, and we are very happy to have Mr. Gouveia here. So I would like to ask Mr. Gouveia the following. Our survey has a lot of interesting findings, one of which is that young farmers do not only ask for higher subsidies, so they don't only ask for money, they want less bureaucracy, better access to financing, and more effective consulting for farmers. So I would like you to tell me if the future CAP can only contribute via its reforms.
Well, thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to be here. I mean, the question that you raise does not have an easy, simple, direct response. The challenge that we are facing is one where it's not only attracting young people to the sector, it's keeping them in once they get. And for me, and we have said this earlier, some months ago already, when the Commission presented their strategy for generation renewal, is linked to the level of income. What do I mean by this? If we look at Commission figures, average farmer income is around 56 to 57% of the other sectors of the economy. So I ask this question, who wants to join a sector where they are condemned to have an insufficient, inadequate income? And then the problem is that traditionally the Commission pursues an objective that is flawed, which is supporting farmers, but then not changing the conditions to guarantee an adequate income by boosting up the market dimension and the possibility for farmers to get more out of the functioning of the market, meaning what the consumer pays for his products, the share of that consumer euro needs to go back to the farmer. And what we see, and this is not something from now, is that that share of the consumer euro reaching the pocket of the farmer is still very, very low. So this is complicated. This market approach needs to be there, but it's not sufficient. We all know that the sector has some debilities, that the sector heavily contributes to achieve and contribute to food security, and food security is part of the overall security, and I'll get back to one of those aspects in a bit. And therefore, one needs to continue to deploy public funds to support the sector. And this is
Thank you very much, Mr. Gouveia. You've actually told us a lot. Mr. Gouveia talks about instability, and the fact is that we now have the new CAP negotiations. And if I understood from Mr. Gouveia, it's not possible only to be interested about short-term sustainability of the programs that will be decided upon, but their longevity is also very important, meaning they have to remain vibrant and robust over time. And we need to be proactive in order to stop bad things from happening. And I think Mr. Bader, in his presentation earlier, dwelt on prevention. And given the opportunity, I'd like to ask Mr. Madre the following question. If we look at 2027, Mr. Madre, what should be the new strategic priority of the CAP, the new CAP, competitiveness, resilience, supporting young farmers, or simplification of procedures in order for us not to have this obstacle of red tape? Thank you.
Indeed, the problem of land access is one of the problems. But the other one, the huge one, and my neighbors, the neighbors of my neighbor mentioned it, profitability. It's not even competitiveness, that profitability of farms. The farming activity should be profitable. And when it comes, it means that you need to invest. But indeed, let's face reality. Public spending will be scarce. You can't imagine that we'll double the CAP budget or the national budget. When you are in such a situation and you are a decision maker, you have another option that you shall activate, which is to open markets, to open new markets and to make sure that the current one, the food market, will be indeed more profitable. But as well to open new market, we are talking about briefly bioeconomy. Do not forget that. Let's talk about carbon, the carbon economy and the value of carbon that you farmers are farming. Let's make sure that you will be rewarded for that, or that young people will be. And at the end of the day, we are all discussing CAP measures, bright scheme in order to help, and indeed investment schemes and risk management schemes as well, digitalization, and a basic income support in order to make sure that the investment will be done and possible. But at the end of the day, I wonder if one of the main things that we need wouldn't be a change of mindset of political makers. And to make sure that they will say for sure and loudly and act accordingly that agriculture is modern. It's definitively maybe the most modern economic sector in Europe and the best asset in Europe. If we want to be sovereign, it's a matter of defense, it's a matter of sovereignty, it's a matter of European future when it comes to food, when it comes to energy, when it comes to bioeconomy and carbon neutral economy. Beyond that, it's agriculture, agriculture, and agriculture. It's nice to have words, it's better to have acts. And now we need that, and if we are able to say all together on to hear policy makers that indeed working in the farming sector is the most modern and something that we at European level desperately need. Farmers, bright farmers, and we have to encourage and valorize that. We'll have a good step in order to have new entrants and young farmers in.
Thank you very much. Θα παρακαλούσα τους τεχνικούς μας πίσω να μου προσθέσουν 10 λεπτά στο ρολόι. Η συζήτηση είναι πάρα πολύ ζωντανή, έχουμε ξεφύγει λίγο, αλλά πρέπει να κάνουμε άλλο ένα κύκλο ερωτήσεων. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Θα ζητήσω από όλους τους συμμετέχοντες να έχουν πολύ σύντομες απαντήσεις στη τάξη των 2 λεπτών, αλλά θέλω να επιστρέψω στον Πρίτανη, τον κύριο Κίτζιο. Τίθεται εδώ ένα θέμα, ειδικά από τους συνομιλητές μας που έχουν έρθει από την Ευρώπη, της επισιτιστικής ασφάλειας. Θέλω να μου πείτε, έρχεστε σε επαφή με πολλά νέα παιδιά. Ποιος είναι ο μεγαλύτερος τους φόβος αυτή την ώρα για το μέλλον του αγροτικού επαγγέλματος και του πρωτογενούς τομέα παραγωγής, και αν θεωρείτε ότι η επόμενη ΚΑΠ θα πρέπει να επενδύσει περισσότερο στη μεταφορά γνώσης, το συζητήσαμε και πριν, αγροτική συμβουλευτική, και στην καινοτομία, ακόμα και αν αυτό συνεπάγεται μια ανακατανομή των πόρων από παραδοσιακά εργαλεία στήριξης.
Ασφαλώς. Η απάντηση είναι σίγουρα πρέπει να στηρίξουμε τη γεωργία και εθνικά και σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο. Ας ξεχάσουμε μια φιλοσοφία που λέει ότι η γεωργία αφήνει. Αυτή όμως είναι μια πολύ υπαρκτή ανησυχία στον νέο κόσμο. Πάρα πολύ στη νέα γενιά. Υπάρχει ανασφάλεια, το δείχνει και η έρευνα, και υπάρχουν και εμπόδια. Τα εμπόδια δεν είναι μόνο χρηματοδοτικά, αυτά είναι δεύτερα στην ιεραρχία. Στην ιεραρχία των προβλημάτων πρώτη είναι η γραφειοκρατία. Εγώ θα έλεγα ότι πρέπει να πάμε ένα βήμα πίσω και αντί να δούμε από τη νέα γενιά τι πρέπει να γίνει, να τη βοηθήσουμε. I would say it's better to take a step back and take a look at how cooperatives are doing it. I would say that we need to focus on processing, to focus on consulting, to focus on education and how to secure low cost of production. And what is very important is to look how we can increase productivity. We have the issue of uncultivated land, that is not used by anyone and could be taken up by farmers. So we see that farmers have many motives. Agronomists are there to help, but there is increasing insecurity. And this insecurity, for me, is the #1 challenge we need to overcome. This can only happen through a centralized approach based on collectives, cooperatives, farmers' unions, and we see that we do have an issue with those. We see that collectives do not realize their full potential, so this needs to change. Thank you. What the Dean is talking about is reflected on the survey. We see that 1 out of 2 young farmers think of transferring their holding. Among those,
20% say they don't know if they will find a successor, which results in increased danger, which results in more uncultivated land, which results in us being unable to help farmers. Mr. Economou, I will address myself to you. I would like to ask for your expertise based on your years as MP. Tell us, how can the new Common Agricultural Policy contribute in keeping the people in rural areas? And when does the Inquiry Committee plan to publish the results? Well, we plan to make the results public around the end of July. We have already had 20 meetings behind us. So now what we do is that we're going to hold some hearings, some public hearings, where we will hear from best practices from abroad. We will hear from the experience of Spain, of Ireland, Israel, etc. And the Inter-Party Committee has examined everything from the point of view of the transition from primary to secondary and processing production. So this is a problem that concerns the whole of Greece. So we need to identify the problems, which is training, which is how to keep the cap support, which is how to empower collectives and cooperatives, and also redistribution of crops. This needs to be backed by scientific data. This needs to be backed by a scientific plan. And it's a question of how to apply all the knowledge we have from research into the field, the actual field. So this is a task for the Ministry of Agricultural Development, which is a ministry that's actually mutilated, that they have no one left. The policy for water resources is shared between 3 or 4 different ministries. There is no one to talk to in the ministry. So we need to navigate very muddy and murky waters in order to be able to find someone who will actually give us answers. So what we need to do is first increase the visibility in order to increase support, especially concerning our products of designated origin and the PDOs, PGIs. So we need to take action for this, and all these are just parts of a puzzle. We need a combination of those in order to result in a good plan, and we need this good plan in order for public administration to take it and apply it to agriculture. In that way, we will send a message saying that everybody in the primary sector, producers, the state, the financing, banking, universities, agronomists, everyone should look at their task under a different point of view. We need to look at things in a different way. It's not that there is no communication. There is communication. However, we rarely get somewhere. We need results. And there is also another major challenge among farmers. Farmers don't have anybody to talk to on behalf of the state. Who is the counterpart? Who will listen to them and make decisions on the primary sector? Is it the ministry? Is it professional organizations? Who is gathering the voices of the farmers? So we need to locate this in order to proceed. Yes, and based on your experience, especially from the region here, if somebody would ask you to make a suggestion in order to make a big change in the Common Agricultural Policy, what would you say based on your experience? What would you say is the biggest problem the people are facing here? Yes, before I answer, let me say the following. First of all, every discussion that takes place in the Parliament is for issues that are important. For example, we have this Inter-Party Committee that focuses on those issues, but as the former minister said, we need to have a compass, we need to have a target, a strategy in order to have results. Also, second, Xanthi is a region that has a GDI, that has a cigarette production factory, that has a tobacco farming, that has tobacco farmers union who try to support the branch and try to support every rural area that is also on the fringe of the country, that's also a border area. We have the Democritus University of Thrace, we have cooperation with the Agricultural University of Athens. I would say that we need to connect more to the realities here. We need to better utilize all the programs and available schemes. The government plans ahead. So a ministry tells us in 5 years we will start this program A, but there is no planning. We see that there's a lot of delays in those plans. We see that, yes, something will begin, a new program will begin in 4 years, but so far we don't have a plan. We don't have anyone, we don't have a committee to decide how this will be implemented. And there's other problems too. We have a woman who wants to give birth. If she wants to give birth and is in Xanthi, she will rather go to Alexandroupoli, which is 120 kilometers from here. The health centers do not have the infrastructure to tackle jaundice in infants. And for this, you need an investment of 10,000 euros. So we need infrastructure, general infrastructure. If we don't have this infrastructure, the area will never recover its losses. For the processing industry, the farmer needs to know that their job will have results, that their job actually leads somewhere. The product will gain value. And it all begins, according to me, with a demographic issue. And I'm not just talking about births versus deaths, but people who leave to study, people who graduate, students who graduate from the University of Thrace, and now are less. So I think the final question we need to ask ourselves is who will live in this area in 10 years' time? Not who will work the land here, but who will remain? Villages, even larger villages who were once thriving, now are dwindling. There is not even a central village cafe. So we need to recognize that each region of Greece has special, different challenges, and we need to make sure that we find ways to overcome these challenges. If we don't do this, then it won't end well, I think. And there's also a very important issue. We have those targeted approaches. We need to better utilize the regional development programs. But what we hear from many people is that no one has taken specific steps to tackle the specific problems of every region of Greece. Insular regions have a different set of problems than mountainous regions, for example. And now I will address myself to Mr. Pavlonasios. We see that young farmers entering the field have a family tradition in the profession. The family comes from a farming background. What does someone need to do if they don't have a family tradition or family wealth or an infrastructure to depend on? So we need to approach more people that don't have a background in farming.
If we want people to come and become farmers, young people, we need infrastructure. Right now, we don't have infrastructure in our villages. My village is 6 kilometers away from a small city. We don't have roads. We don't have a network. Many people talk about Wi-Fi network. We have nothing. We're talking about technology, but is there technology available in certain areas? We need training. And I'm glad that Mr. Economou has adopted a lot of what we have said, particularly when it comes to training. 0.7% as a country regarding our training. That's very bad. We want university departments to be with us by our side. We need 2-year training courses, not just a couple of months. We know that Elgo Dimitar is providing training and they're doing their best, but it's not enough. We know that young farmers have to deal with feed, they have to deal with water, and so on and so forth. Everything has to be managed by doctors, by the farmers, excuse me, and we need to be properly trained. So, young farmers, we want to attract young people to the farming profession. It's not enough to say that 10,000 young farmers joined the sector. How many will remain when the program ends? 2,000, 3,000. We gave dowries, excuse me for saying so, to many girls. But this is not the way to move forward. It's unsustainable. For us, we need to increase the money for the first establishment, 20, 30,000, but it must reach the highest possible level, 100,000 euro, plus an improvement plan, which could be another 100,000 for young farmers, plus a long-term loan from a bank, another 150,000. So we need the farmers, the young farmers, to have a budget of 300,000 euro, so they won't have anything keeping them back, so that they can survive as farmers. So we have to think of local products, local supply chains. This is something we haven't seen in Greece all these years. They don't have the so-called court-circuit as they do in other countries. And we're talking about restructuring of cultivation of crops. This is something we've been talking about many, many years. Nothing has happened so far when it comes to restructuring of cultivation. And there have been some efforts, but these have been botched attempts. There is no plan. We've been in the EU since 1981 as a country, but we don't have a good plan. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, of course we do. Mr. Gouveia, you represent the strongest farmers association for young farmers. Is it a solution to become a member of a cooperative, to have larger groups of producers, and what incentives need to be provided by the CAP so that young farmers can become cooperative members? Thank you.
Well, I don't think that the incentives to become members of a cooperative or a producer organization should come from the CAP. What the CAP must not do is to create any hindrances to that. This what needs to be recognized by pretty much everybody is that in the current market situation, a farmer alone does not have the dimension to survive alone. He needs to join forces with his but at some point in time, he needs to create alliances, cooperation with other farmers to pursue common objectives, to add added value to what they produce, to add dimension, because dimension is very important in the market, and then generate more added value, get better prices, get a better negotiation conditions. And this is something that the market simple. One of the things that we have been crying for many years now is simplification. But, I mean, it seems like this is one of the laws of thermodynamics. All systems evolve in the sense of an increased entropy, meaning complication. So I hope that sometime in the near future, somebody will say, okay, let's simplify things, but in an efficient manner.
Πρέπει να σας πω, κύριε
I must tell you, Mr. Gouveia, that as you were speaking, everybody on the stage were looking at me and nodding. They agree 100%. And I believe that Mr. Pavlonasius agrees on joining cooperatives and simplification of procedures. One thing that comes out of our research is the bureaucracy, because it's a real problem trying to make things simple. We have to simplify simplification, so to speak. I'd like to conclude with one final question to Mr. Yves Madre. We see that the EU is trying to increase competitiveness and to finance new priorities like defense, technology, and innovation. I think that we have understood that there's a lot of geopolitical uncertainty and instability. So quite logically, we know that the Commission will focus on defense. So should the farmers worry? Should they worry that money that should have been sent to farming will be under pressure? They might end up in other directions. And how can farming remain at the very center of what happens in Europe? Thank you.
I think that the idea of defense could be an opportunity for the farming community and the opposite, if we want just to consider reality. Because farming is a matter of defense for European Union. So when it comes to the part of, for instance, the European Competitiveness Fund that will be focused on defense, part of this fund should be dedicated to agriculture. When we were speaking about water production, that's defense. No worry. But we have to make sure that it will be recognized as such by the leaders when they will negotiate and define what will be the European Competitiveness Fund in the future. And when I say that agriculture is a matter of defense, it's not only Farm Europe. Discussing with departments of the European Commission, with MEPs, with governments, this is crystal clear. Now it has to be written, accepted, and formalized. And maybe when it comes to this European policy, but as well to the CAP, it's time to move from a social, environmental, consumer-centric CAP policy to a production, farmer-centric policy, and to realize that indeed, as you all mentioned, farming is the core of the European Union if you want to prepare the future, be it defense, be it food, and at the end of the day, if we want Europe to be a global power tomorrow, and maybe in a better shape than today, we need more agriculture, no less.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ τον κύριο Μάντρ. Έκανε μια τοποθέτηση προηγουμένως και για το
Thank you very much to Mr. Madre. You made a point about water resources, which you characterized as a matter of defense and a matter of security. I took a look at the map and it was very interesting. The water scarcity issue is not something that only the south of Europe is facing, but also the north. And this is an issue that makes obvious how important good water management is not only for the primary sector, but for the society as a whole. Yes, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I would like to say that we need to make use of the existing tools, especially since we want to increase production. So I would like to thank you all for this very lively conversation today. Thank Mr. Gouveia, Mr. Madre, the Dean of the Agricultural University of Athens, Mr. Pavlonasius. Thank you very much all. Do not leave because we will immediately continue with the next panel. Thank you very much. Now we will continue with the next panel, Unlocking Sustainability and Competitiveness in Agriculture Through Technology. So I will invite Dr. Kiki Zinoviadou, Dean of Perotis College at the American Farm School, Mr. Antonis Kiatsis, Precision Agriculture on Sales Manager in Agrotech. Please take a seat. At the next chair, thank you. Christina Kremida, Product Manager of New Republic. Maria Michalopoulou, Professor of Skill Acquisition at the Democritus University of Thrace and Coordinator of Agri-Food. Konstantinos Oroilidis, OEM Key Account Manager at EMEA CNH Industrial for Europe and Africa. And Alexis Politakis, Director of and Head of the Agricultural Sector Operations Center from the Piraeus Bank. Please take a seat. Please, madam, come here. So let us begin with Dr. Kiki Zinoviadou, Dean of Perotis College at the American Farm School. Madam Zinoviadou, how does technology create a more competitive agriculture? What does the American Farm School do to help Greek farmers towards that direction? Well, first of all, I would like to thank you very much for this invitation. This is a very important and interesting conference, and I'm very happy to be here. I would also like to express my regret, I have to say, because based on the discussions we've heard so far, I see that despite all the efforts and despite the technological progress, we still haven't been able to resolve some structural issues. So we cannot follow technology. And despite all of our best efforts, we cannot see results. So this really needs to change. I work for an institution which is in Greece since 120 years, serves the agri-food sector, and we try to be very close to the farmers, not only as consultants, but also as trainers to provide information and training in any way we can. And we also have many other training programs for professionals, for professional education in our college, and also for our department that gives seminars to adults and to professionals. We try to educate people on the new technologies, and like Mr. Kinzio said, we try to have more people on the field. We try to have more people who utilize those technologies. We have seen that lately there is a lot of new technologies available, satellite data that help us prevent.
I've only been in Greece for a few years, and I really like the feel in this room. So we are working as follows. We provide a holistic full liner solution from the tractor to the last drop of the plant protection product coming out of the spraying machine. So for us, the European farmer, the American farmer, the Greek farmer, they know that they can have automated guidance, but also segregation, if you like, of water resources. We have the precision dose, or we have the variable dose throughout the application in the field. So to come back to what I originally said, we have a holistic approach. This is what we provide, holistic services. Mr. Politakis, you are from Piraeus Bank, head of the Agricultural Sector Operations Center. Do you have the necessary tools that can help cooperatives and farmers so that they can invest in these new innovative tools? Thank you very much for the question. I think that this is a good segue, and we can get down to the nitty-gritty. But first, allow me, because I have had the privilege to have actively taken part in all 12 conferences organized by GAIA EPICHEIREIN, I'd like to say something about the organizers. Every time, with the themes that it picks, the panels that it creates, and the contribution it offers afterwards by way of conclusions in such an organized manner really helps a lot, and it makes us feel closer and closer to the subjects that are being negotiated. So I'd like to wholeheartedly congratulate the organizers for their conferences. It's an institution. It's not just an event. It is something that everybody recognizes in Greece. Thank you. Now, coming to your question, in the Bank of Piraeus, for some time now, we do not follow the logic of providing financing in order for somebody to be able to implement an investment plan, even as regards innovation and integrated management of the holdings and of the results achieved. We are an organization, a bank that offers advisory together with financing, and we also propose interventions. And I'll talk to you more extensively about this intervention, which we announced in the context of the previous Agrotica, a farm click. Farm Click is a new digital platform. It's well organized, it's transparent, it's flexible and easy to use. And for the first time, it brings together digitally everything in relation to agricultural inputs together with financing, i.e. there's possibility for direct payment. And this is something that goes straight to the heart of everything that is of importance, meaning cost of production and so on and so forth. And it provides the opportunity to enterprises that have these farm supplies, agricultural supplies, to be able to go beyond a city, if you like, or a region. They can do business elsewhere as well. But it's also good for the fishermen and the farmers in this primary ecosystem. So they have the possibility to be flexible so that they can easily address a much bigger market, and they can find what products are needed. There's pricing transparency, so they can get the right price, and then they can move on with the farm inputs that they need in order to bring about the best possible results at the best possible price and in a rational manner. So I believe that Piraeus does not only offer financing, it also provides interventions, proposals that are very good, very efficient, and allows digitalization of the ecosystem. Let me move on and just add one more thing as far as transactions are concerned. So digitalization in the primary sector on a global scale, and this is something that this is not only a problem in Greece, so it's very low. The rates are very low, not even 2%. So we have a long way ahead of us, a long road. So Farm Click is a good example of solutions. So I think there's a great contribution there. Thank you. And I'd like to ask now the speakers to present their presentations, because I know they have presentations. Let's start with you, Mrs. Zino Viadou from Perotis College. Please come to the podium. Thank you. As you wish.
I won't talk at length about the first slides because they have already been talked about. I would like to stress the two important challenges we have. One of them is the climate challenge. The planet is warming up. Agriculture is influenced by it, and we need to find a way to tackle this problem. And we also need to increase production because the population of the Earth will soon reach 10 billion people. So this means that we will have less arable land, and some people will need to reduce this arable land. There is desertification in many areas of the world. There is an area in Spain which has been characterized as a desert, and there is no way back from that. This area cannot recover. Here we have the agricultural map of the European Union. Unfortunately, we are a country that has small farms, small units. This has as a result that Greece cannot reach economies of scale. And we do spend more in animal feed and other resources than what we produce. So this is partly due to the lack of association. And this is a problem we need to tackle by teaching, by reaching people in all stages of education, from training, education, from participants of various schemes. We need to increase participation in different associations. In our country, we have very few best practices compared to other countries like the Netherlands, like Spain, where we see a big improvement with corporations and farming collectives, and this leads to a better proceeds per hectare. Another big challenge is the demographic challenge. We see that almost 60% of farmers are over 55 years of age, and almost 80% of farmers are above 45 years of age. So we see that the demographic challenge is very big, and the generation renewal happens at a very slow pace. And this also has to do with the parents themselves. It's not just that young people don't want to be farmers, it's that parents discourage their children from being farmers. So we need to show them the available options in farming. This is what we try to do as well. We try to show that farming, both primary production and processing, are different now, have changed. Now we have tools that make our lives easier, but also help us control production and not have losses, since we can now prevent ugly situations from happening. We have satellite use, we have sensors, we have smart traps, we have weather stations, we have a lot of tools on our side, a lot of tools for producers to use. Another thing we can do is to push some young people who might not want to be farmers but want to study something more technical to study areas that develop tools for farmers, so they can finally work in increasing potential for the area. What we can also do is to see that the adoption of technology is not just a luxury, it's not just to increase profit, it's a necessity. It's a necessity because the demands of the common agricultural policies dictate so. If we do not farm correctly and smartly, we are not able to exist in a few years. We will go extinct. So maybe sometimes we need to scare people into place. We need to do everything and anything we can in order to facilitate the transition. So what we do in the American farm school, we have students from a young age. Here you see high school students, but also kindergarten students who work our gardens, who work in production, not necessarily because we want to make them farmers or agronomists in the future, but because we want to make them concerned citizens. And we want to make those children realize that the earth is the source of our food, source of nourishment. So we teach about hydroponics, about other forms of cultivation, how to use electronic traps that are widespread in the area. We are most interested in crops in the area of Imathia, where there is tree farming, peach trees, apricot trees, so seed stone fruit that use these smart traps, and also olive trees, table olives from Chalkidiki, and also olive oils. Here we have the problem of the olive fruit fly. But again, through the use of those smart traps, we can tackle the problem. Here we have a vineyard in Agios Oros area. Mount Athos. So we have a drone image where we see the composition of the soil, which helps us fertilize more in a more targeted way and reduce expenditure. As we have seen, we do not need as much fertilizer as we think, and we end up wasting it. And we also have something else we try to teach our student is that everything in farming can be more effective through regeneration, agriculture, through legumes, through growing legumes, and through soil regeneration. There are demands. Here you see the image of a small field, but the different colors indicate the different soil requirements for fertilization, for fertilizer. Here we see that we can use technology and machinery and equipment to facilitate all this. We have fertilizer distributors, which help us. And we have other types of machinery that now come equipped with technology, such as tractors, new advanced tractors. And we also use drones to map out arable land. This is very useful. Here you see that the red squares indicate the sick trees. We have a large problem in the area of Chalkidiki. We have the problem of verticillium, which destroys trees. It's not just a fruit fly that can destroy a year's harvest, they destroy the whole tree. So we want to take it a step further and use artificial intelligence in agriculture. The use of artificial intelligence can work wonders because they can predict diseases or outcomes, they can predict the way to treat a tree that might become sick. So again, there is a great potential. And we also have data from weather stations, which can be very effective in irrigation. We can reduce the amount of water spent on irrigation. Water is a luxury, I'm afraid. It will become a luxury in the years to come. And so we need to make the best use of technology in order to optimize irrigation. And we also can use technology to optimize the way we take care of our crops. We also have the Lifelong Learning Center, where we not only offer our training to young people, but to all ages, even up to 80 years old. And we have the agricultural diary here, which is a nice tool for people to be able to budget their work and have an archive of activities which will prove useful to them. We also think that every farmer needs to identify the problem areas and their needs, their individual needs, and that way we can help farmers.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Mr. Ketsis. You're the sales manager of Agrotech, and we'll be talking about precision agriculture. So you have the floor, sir. Good afternoon. I'd like to begin saying that digital farming and precision farming turn data into decisions and decisions into profit. And in this transition, Agrotech make technology a true tool for development, and they are by the side of the producer. I'd like to present some of the technologies that we have in our arsenal and explain why they're so important for farmers nowadays. Because the price of products is very competitive. So we have to bring down production cost and input so considerably in order to make the work done in the fields sustainable. So let us begin with GPS. This is, if you like, the basis for all modern, if you like, farming. GPS just helps us to do a lot more than just steering the tractor. It allows the farmer work with precision, which means less overlap, fewer gaps in the field, and making better use of each strema or hectare. With GPS, you reduce fuel, you save time, you reduce the fatigue of the handler, and make the application more effective, be it spraying, sowing seeds, and so on and so forth. So GPS is the platform for precision farming because everything it works with GPS nowadays. So here we have a new machinery. This is a new cooperation with eco-robotics. This is something we started last year for the first time. It's a very good example of making use of technology. Why? Because it uses cameras and AI and recognizes the pest. And we're talking about 6 times 6. That's the grid. And it only sprays where it's really needed. The results is impressive. We have a better use of plant protection products, even 90% savings. And this is great because pesticides are very expensive for Greek farmers. So you can understand that this will bring down the production cost. But also the environmental footprint is also much lower. Why? Because we don't have universal spraying. So the crop is not stressed and it can grow much faster and have a higher yield at the end. So here we have Grain Sense. It's an analyzer of inputs, and here we see the added value for the product, be it cotton, soyas, corn, and in a couple of seconds, the farmer can look at protein content and can know exactly that what he's selling is good or not. So this adds value to the final product. These are the insect traps, as mentioned by the previous speakers. So with these insect traps, we collect data from the field. So these smart insect traps allow early monitoring of insect populations. We don't need to spray preventively. We have to spray at the right stage now. And we will know exactly when there's a need to intervene. At the same time, we have the meteorological stations. They constantly measure humidity, precipitation, temperature, and this helps the farmer to better organize what he needs to do and then decide on how to manage the crop, spraying, and so on and so forth. Then we have the One Soil. As was mentioned by Mrs. Kiki, this is an application which is based on satellite images in real time, but it also gives us 5-year records of satellite images. So we know exactly what's happening in the crop. And the farmer may identify areas which are growing differently. They can see any problems regarding growth before they actually become visible to the naked eye. This means faster intervention, better management, and a higher yield. Stenon now. Stenon is a soil analyzer. It's like a shovel, and we have 3 sensors at the bottom, at the tip, and you have immediate analysis of the soil. And as mentioned previously, right management of fertilization is key for uniformity of production, but also in order to bring down the fertilizers used because the price of fertilizers has shot up. So the farmer does not need to send data to the lab, meaning wait for an analysis and maybe even months need to go by for the results to come out. With this, we can look at nitrogen. So we can actually look at the data, see how much nitrogen is needed, and then we can see where we need to have more or less fertilization in the field. We also made this investment because we actually saw that Greek soil, well, there's a big variation. So this means that we need to have a more or less showing, and sometimes we have nitrogen-rich soil. So sometimes we don't need nitrogen fertilizers. We might need something else instead. Then we have the drones. We work with DGI Agriculture. It's an important ally for us in precision farming. It's not just innovation, it's not just the speed, but these drones allow us to manage the crops more sustainably. Let me just cite an example. Somebody called me from Kozani, a customer, and he said that yesterday, unfortunately, there was heavy rain and there was also frost. He has onion crops and potato crops, and he used the drones. He was able to save by spraying with some fungicide before the problem grew beyond any possible control. So here we reduce petrol, the use of petrol. We don't destroy the crop by using some kind of machinery. So there's one common objective in all of this. We want to produce more using less pesticide, less fertilizers, less water, less energy, but by maintaining or increasing productivity at the same time. So it's not a luxury to invest in technology. It's a necessary precondition for Greek farmers to remain competitive, to reduce the production cost, and to respond to the current needs. We as Agritech and as Precision Farming Department will continue to be with the farmers. We'll do whatever we can. We'll learn more about technologies, make them more user-friendly. We don't want them to think of this as very difficult. We want to simplify the procedures, no matter how complex they are. So we want to break things down and make things easily understood by farmers. Thank you very much for your attention.
Madam Krimiza, you have the floor. Good afternoon again. As we have seen, there's technology available, but we need to see that technology is made in order to be used and to help. New Republic is aware of this, and we try to create simple and useful applications that use the necessary data to help the farmer do their job. So I will give you a concrete example of what it means to have the necessary data in order for the farmer to be able to do what's best for their farm. What New Republic has embraced is the use of a GAIA trap, which is a digital olive fruit fly trap. Here on the bottom, we see the conventional insect trap that we all know of, but the top part is the smart part. The top part is actually what our company does. So what GAIA trap tries to solve, or what is the challenge? First of all, we have the olive fruit fly, which is the most important enemy of the olive tree for the entire Mediterranean. The olive fruit fly is a threat to not only the production itself, but to the quality of the olives and to the commercial value of the olives. We still are very traditional in the way we tackle the problem of the olive fruit fly, both for the controls that we are conducting, which cost a lot of money and do not bring us a lot of data to work with. And with the traditional controls, there's always the issue of delays. We might be too late in making a decision because 1 week we might do a field visit, and during that field visit, we will not realize that the olive fruit fly population has increased. So we try to be preventive. In order to be preventive, we spray the trees. We spray the trees when we don't need to, because we don't know when the right time is. So this means that the production cost is increased, and it's already high, and it does not only cost us money, but it is not good for the environment because we use more pesticides. Therefore, we always say that the challenge is twofold. We want competitive farming and sustainable farming as well. So here we see a gap. We see that we need to be able to detect the populations of the olive fruit fly in time. This is why we created GAIA Trap, which is an integrated system of smart monitoring and essentially combines the monitoring of the population, so conventional trap with artificial intelligence and with a data processing platform that processes data coming from the field. So this smart trap collects data and photographs, high resolution photographs, information about the microclimate, and all of this data is sent to a platform, and the farmer can see and analyze this data at all times. So the trap has a camera that looks towards the inside of the trap. The camera takes 2 photographs of the inside part of the trap, and therefore we know what's going on. This photograph is then sent and analyzed by an AI algorithm with an over 90% credibility, reliability. And this data can then be used by the farmer, as I said, at any time. At the same time, we can monitor the microclimate of the crops. Every 30 minutes, the trap sends information concerning the relative humidity and the temperature, but also GPS information about its location. So here's the platform. The farmer can use the platform via their laptop or even their mobile phone. The farmer, but also the producer group or the collective have the available information at all times. They have all the data about the ground temperature and all the other necessary data. However, at the core of GAIA Trap is artificial intelligence. GAIA Trap, the GAIA Trap system recognizes the olive fruit fly even among other similar-looking insects. So it records the population of the olive fruit fly and then inserts this data into the application. So it's a dynamic system, it's a changing system. The more photographs taken, the better trained the system is, because then the data is categorized and the system learns much more than what it would learn from a field visit every 5 or 10 days. So we see that we're shifting towards an era of control every 5 days to twice-a-day control via those photographs. So it's a very easy to use. You can install it in a minute, just like any other conventional insect trap. You don't need any particular knowledge or technical support from us. It's autonomous. It has more than 30 days autonomy, since it's using 2 batteries so that it works non-stop, and it can also withstand extreme weather conditions. And our answer to this double challenge is the following. We know where the problem lies. We have located the problem. So in that way, we can better use fertilizers and pesticides, and we can protect every other beneficial insect. And we can add this system into our toolkit for pest protection. We are also talking about a very sustainable solution, sustainable for the pocket of the farmer, but also environmentally sustainable. And this is very important in an ever-increasing competitive field. So we help the farmer to not lose in quantity or quality of their production, and we also help in keeping the cost low. So how does technology change agriculture? First of all, reduced cost, improved sustainability, increased competitiveness, more data to make better decisions. And I would say it's also very important to familiarize the farmer with new technologies. This is something we have mentioned often today, but I think we need to say this once again. It's very important to see that those technologies are applicable. Within the app, there are some diagrams concerning relative humidity or temperature, and the farmer knows how to interpret the data. And so all of this is very important in order for the farmer to be able to make the correct decision at the right time. And this is the real value of this technology. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Michalopoulou is next. Thank you very much. I will present the activities of our university, and we see that Mr. Pizzeris talked about the European hub of green and digital transformation. Our university has some peculiarities, things that make it stand apart from the other partners that are active in the primary sector. We are a public university, the only one in our region, and we're not profit-making. We want to generate value. That's our objective, particularly in the primary sector. Look at the figures as to what we actually look like. You can see our departments. You can see that it covers the region as a whole, from Orestiada all the way to Drama. We have 28 departments in total, and to a large extent, to a great extent, the activity of the departments is linked to the primary sector. So here, in a few days, we're waiting for the presidential decree to start the veterinary department, which will be based in Orestiada. So this is very important for livestock production in Greece. But it starts from what we do in our university. So this is a research and innovation ecosystem. This is a buzzword. We've heard a lot about ecosystems. So here we have recorded the fields which can be utilized in primary production. So we try to mature our research results. This is the very core, i.e. generating research, but being able to bring about the necessary transfer and go from research to the real economy, to the farm level. So this changes not only the mindset of the 700 professors and an equal number of researchers, but also the 30,000 students who are studying at our university. So if we manage to change the way they perceive the value, but also the problems faced in farming, well, then we have achieved our goal. So we're trying to make good use of know-how, but we also have to take into account the priorities of the region, because this is what we're called upon to do, to look at the problems that have been detected or identified in Eastern Macedonia and Thrace. The main pillar, of course, is farming, but we also have to have high productivity. We have a lot of people in the area working in the farming sector. So look at the specificity now. We see that, and you know the farming world, so we know that there are a lot of vulnerable farmers, and they remain close to the land. So we're not talking about the large urban centers. So these people are very important for social cohesion. And this is where the challenge comes in. It's a common challenge. I think that you all see it, but from a different viewpoint. And this is very positive, but also of great importance. It's crucial. So we have determined how we approach the challenges, be they agricultural sciences, environment, energy, or also biodiversity and the life sciences, as well as STEM, engineering and technology. We also have a polytechnic school. There are 5 departments, and they all participate in the initiatives in relation to the primary sector. So we have fully realized what we need to do as a university. And 4, if I'm not mistaken, years ago, we were able to begin the first hub for the country for green and digital transformation of the primary sector. We have DG Agri-Food with us and other important partners, each from their own perspective. We worked with these partners in an exemplary fashion in 3.5 years in order to bring about this transition, i.e. to bring research, at least for Thessaly, the University in Thessaly, and for our university, this was very important to translate research into something that can help solve real life problems. So 50% of the country was covered by phase 1. So we're talking about green and digital transformation. Together with our partners, we were able to have ENA. ENA is a consultancy service based in Xanthi. Those were the partners that are in the region of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace. But we have a number of services, but we also have the American Farming School, the University of Thessaly, and the IBO Institute of Eketa, as well as the region of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace. So this partnership between public sectors was also very important. So what did we learn? We learned that it's important to record the needs of the users, be they farmers, cooperatives, SMEs, not only in the primary sector, but also in the chain values that are created in order for us to be able to then decide the solutions. So this process is a critical one. It builds trust among those that provide the solution and those that need the solution. So for us, as an experience, this was great. And it allowed us to move on. So we need to see what the opportunities are, what the challenges are, but this has to be done through the systematic effort. And here we moved on to the next stage. For us as a university, this was a catalyst of transformation. So we had different departments: forestry, molecular biology, the Polytechnic School with the 5 departments, economic sciences, enology, viticulture, climate resilience, natural environments, and of course chemistry, because chemistry has a big footprint on food. So there were various efforts and initiatives. And yes, the majority has to do with EU funding, because this is how things stand, i.e. the problems are common problems. Of course, they specialize somewhat in various areas, but the challenges are the same. So we created the first Institute of Agroecology and Digital Agriculture. And some months ago, we received funding for the first Center of Excellence in the agroecology sector, as well as digital farming. So in the coming years, we'll have the possibility to intensify our efforts and to make our university even more powerful. And all this in Xanthi. In Xanthi, we have invested in high-tech infrastructure. I'm not going to repeat all this because there isn't enough time. But we have a huge ecosystem that is being created. This allows us to network with the entire country. And here you can see the facilities of our Institute of Agroecology and Digital Farming. We have agro PVC panels. We have a greenhouse, which is high-tech, and so on and so forth. It allows us And this is something that has already been adopted. So we now move on to Digi Agri-Food Phase 2. So here we have more partners. We cover the entire country. We offer services in all the respective categories, but it adopts the challenges that have been adopted by the EU. And the important thing is data sharing. Data that is collected from one individual farmer, how we build a culture so that we can then share the data in order to truly move forward. And this is something very important, and we can do a lot. So let me quickly move on to what will begin beginning of 27 in the Center of Excellence, ACRE in Xanthi. This is with the financing, and here we have a Center of Digital Farming and Agroecology together with Wageningen. Wageningen is a leading university, and Rhino, this is a consultancy service. It's been doing a lot in this field and very successfully. So in this way, we have come full circle, and we have come to a critical crossroads. So our intention is to change the way in which we train future, not just agronomists. I think it was mentioned that it's not just agronomy as a science. So we're talking about this connection between various sciences as bringing everything together, maybe engineers, maybe something that can be done by molecular biologists or food science and so on and so forth. So we have built this in order for us to generate value. In this way, reliably, from Eastern Macedonian Thrace, we'll be able to meet the needs of the entire country and to communicate openly and effectively with the EU. Thank you very much.
Mr. Oroilithis. Good afternoon from me too. Today, I will talk to you about how CNH creates a more competitive and sustainable farming, which is the panel's topic. We will go from the general to the specific, and we will see concrete examples on how we can achieve this in Greece. Because, of course, we need to adjust all the data to the national specificities. I would like to give a personal tone to this because of my work in precision farming in two multinational organizations. I have worked in the field, I have worked in different countries, and I can say that we are talking about a transition in farming. There has always been constant development, which I have seen already at the American Farm School at the Perotis College that worked together with the University of Georgia. We did automatic irrigation in cotton crops, which is a different way. And we also did the same thing in the with the Wageningen University. And then I have seen personally through my work experience how this transition takes place. We started looking at the protein in alfalfa and clover, how this works, and during my first professional steps, I learned that there's a smart tractor implement management, TIM, which means that the trailer controls the tractor and not the other way around. And we have seen in action this miracle of technology. And now at my current position, I see sales to competitors in third countries. of technology. So we see that technology is something that farmers need. And I'm very happy to be in the position to make deals and partnerships with other, even competitive competitors. CNH is a conglomerate from that has the Case 3 and Steyr tractors. We trust Raven since a few years. Raven was bought off at the cost of $2 billion. And this is also a sign that CNH is a leading company. It does not only sell technology, but it focuses on the real need. So it bought off Raven and now produces technology in-house, its own technology to answer to its own clients' needs through things we will talk about in an instant. So besides all that, besides the application details for tractors, we see that CNH also tries to solve other issues that other people have also talked about, how to lower the cost. This is why we have tractors using methane or electric tractors, and we also try to tackle the problem of lack of human resources, a lack of farmers, farmhands. And here we see that the size of our equipment tries to cover the entire range from tree crops to vineyards to smaller crops or even autonomous tractors for other different type of crops. So modern farming on a global level does not know any borders as regards to technology, to progress. We have a technology that has begun from Greece. It's called Augmenta and has tried to answer the questions and the problems that farmers located in fields in Greece. So we're essentially talking about the first camera that connects information to photographs. Multi-spectrum technology. So it tries to basically do a cross-check, not just from the chlorophyll of the plant in order to decide whether it needs more or less fertilizer, but the sensor can tell if what they're looking at, if what it's looking at is a plant or some other inanimate object. So it's not just a simple upgrade or a luxury item that the farmer may choose to use. It's a product that has been developed at the CNH headquarters in the United States. And a producer, whether they are in the United States or in Ukraine or anywhere else in the world, can order it directly from the factory. So we're essentially talking about technology made in Greece that is being used worldwide. It's a huge achievement for our country. It's something that makes us realize that there are really no borders, and that our country has the expertise and the people necessary to develop this sort of technology. So CNH has a large portfolio that makes us very competitive. This is due to what I said before, because we use a holistic approach. We focus on a variety of technologies. We focus on a variety of targets, automatization of farming, the entire process. We want to know what we want to know what to do in the field from the outset. So we try to get information from the tractor, from the machinery. And we try to use the available technology, in this case, the camera, to take photographs and integrate this into our work. So we do not waste resources, we save resources, and we lower the cost. We try to reduce the use of chemicals as well and save water, and we have systems for that, as well as systems that protect our equipment. For example, we have the Boom XRT, which is a control system that can be used at any elevation, and the tractor can adjust it accordingly. It's an automated process, and it's something that's very innovative worldwide, but especially for our country. And we also have a range of other products. So let's go to another question. How do we ensure competitiveness and how do we ensure sustainability? We cannot ensure this only by using these technology and not only by using certain of these technologies. What you see on your left is reality, exists. It's a spraying machine that uses all of these aforementioned technologies at once. It's a tool that is self-driven and makes the most out of all these available technologies. So let's go to more specific details, because it's obvious that our country cannot go from 0 to 100 at an instant. In an instant, we see that first we need to zoom out. We need to look at the basic requirements that are necessary for us to be able to utilize some technologies in order to reach a point where we're able to use those types of machinery. First, we need knowledge, then we need infrastructure, and finally, we need cooperation. About knowledge, we have seen today that the average age of farmers is 50 years old. We have seen that the average education of the farmer is sort of limited. So we need to upscale. We need to increase that. We need to be able to work together with technology and with universities. What I want to say is that when the university knowledge goes to the producer, they are thought of as academics, as theoretical knowledge. When someone goes to a farmer and is a representative to sell tractors and other machinery, they think of them as sales people. We need to combine knowledge with sales and training in order for the farmer to benefit from that. We need the university professors to explain the results, and we need infrastructure to improve. At the moment in Greece, we have 3 to 5% at most access to the ISOBUS protocol. What is ISOBUS? ISOBUS is a protocol that connects seamlessly one technology to another. This is something that appeared 20 years ago, and at first, producers were blaming each other, companies were blaming each other. No, it's not the GPS, it's the machine, and vice versa. However, this protocol helps the producer add technologies to the tractor, to the machines they use. And even though we don't have the necessary infrastructure or the ideal access to ISOBUS, we can use it to combine technologies, to plug them onto the harvester and improve the situation for the farmer. Of course, we cannot do this instantly. It needs to be done gradually. And we either need to do a gradual upgrade or have the available financing for the farmer to be able to upgrade. I have personally seen examples from other countries where a producer or a producer group makes a very expensive order for a very expensive technology. And before they did this, before they started utilizing this technology, they wanted payments to already be made to the importer. Of course, this is a very complex procedure, but it can be done. I have seen it done, and I believe they can be used here as well. And finally, cooperation. So we have small land plots. We have heard it many times today. This creates difficulties for ROR, for return on investment. And this makes economies of scale difficult as well. So we need to improve the way we are organized. We need producer groups for that. And I cannot say we are there yet. I cannot even say we're among the top in Europe. So this is where we need to improve the situation in order to improve farming. So in conclusion, I would say that innovation, technology, and sustainability are a very important trifecta. We have the technology, we have innovation, we have sustainability. However, we need access, or producers need access. And Augmenta has proven that there is Greek expertise, there is Greek technology that is being used internationally. And we also see that a sustainable and competitive agriculture is created gradually through the gradual and combined utilization of technology. We cannot do this from one day to the next. We cannot suddenly see those tools on the field, but we need to do this gradually in order for the future to be able, in order for us to be able to do this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Mr. Politakis. So Konstantinos said that we can't go from day one to the finish line. So let us see how we can do certain things and make a step forward, something more immediate and easily applicable. I had the great opportunity in my first address to talk about a new initiative by the Bank of Piraeus that has to do with the provision of services where you have a combination of the entire ecosystem of the marketing of farm supplies, agricultural supplies. And in the next stages, we'll have more ideas coming to the fore. So over 2 years, we had been thinking about how we could help by doing something practical, not just providing loans. So we wanted to help reduce the production cost, meaning we wanted to offer an opportunities to do things more transparently, more easily, with benefits for the entire ecosystem and not just one group of professionals. And of course, what we wanted to integrate in these services that were rendered the main issue, the core issue of the whole matter, because everything starts there and ends there, the possibility of financing of markets as a whole. So we have to talk about how easily, how extensively we finance the market in order to carry out payments that are streamlined and direct in order for us to give the opportunity to the ecosystem to benefit from these services. So we have come to this platform. It's called farmclick.gr. So what exactly is FarmClick? It's a digital marketplace. It's a digital marketplace which does not disrupt what is happening today, but it also adds one more possibility, a digital marketplace for all inputs, all farm supplies in Greece. And as things will become more and more mature, this will become part and parcel of a single transactional model. So we've been talking a lot about data and what we can do with all the data, the huge possibilities that exist. And now we're talking about services which are based on data analysis, but an effort made regarding data which allows us to better understand the environment before us. So what have we seen in the rest of the world? Transactions, not only regarding farm supplies, but also trading of agricultural products. Well, we see that digitalization is very low. We're talking about something that is under 2% globally. And this was the springboard, if you like, for us to see how we can accelerate a process in this respect. Here we actually saw some wonderful presentations about technological possibilities, but transaction should not be left out. It has to be digitalized to the greatest extent possible. So we're talking about a system that is dominated by offline transactions. So we're trying to go online, not fully, but to the greatest extent possible. What we want is an organized digital environment that will facilitate the next stages. So we want transparency, controls, statistical data collection, and so on and so forth. In Greece, we don't like recording statistics. We seem to have a problem there. And what we do, where we do it well, is because we are obliged to do so by the legislation. So we're talking about statistical data. And this is another of the benefits offered by FarmClick. So this is our vision, and our vision became a reality. So where do we stand today? We have FarmClick. This is the first digital platform of agricultural supplies, in Greece. So what we have brought together is knowledge from the banking sector, knowledge of the agricultural economy. And we know that Piraeus Bank has a lot of knowledge concerning agriculture. And we know also about such marketplaces. We looked at Wikifarmer. Wikifarmer is very specialized in online trading of agricultural products. So what we did is we joined forces. And I think this everything is kind of balanced. And we tried to create this digital platform, which is a breakthrough. It's very innovative in the way we conduct digital transactions in relation to agricultural inputs. Let me say that this is not a marketplace for everyone and for anything. It's only for farmers, professional farmers in the primary sector, and of course the enterprises that are their suppliers that provide the necessary inputs so that they can do their job. I don't know if you can see all this because the letters are very fine, but the environment is very easy to use. What you actually need, well, you don't need much when it comes to logistics in order for you to be able to participate in FarmClick. As far as registration and use is concerned, you don't need to have some credit worthiness since we're talking about a banking criteria. So you don't need that. All you need is legal standing. And for the users, for the buyers, the farmers, because I spoke about the suppliers, we're talking about the possibility to use it. So you register, you upload your products, and then you see all the products. That's very easy. See what's available, and you can also compare prices between products and then proceed to the transaction without any limitations or restrictions or constraints that one used to have in the past. I'm talking about geographical constraints, meaning you can go away from the village. You can actually do business all over Greece. So the whole of Greece is your marketplace. I don't think we need to add another digital burden where there's a lot of bureaucracy, lack of digitalization. So our main aim was to have a simple, easy to use farm click. All you need is to register, you create an account. This is something that the suppliers, they will proceed to clearance of payments. So we see that FarmClick works together with the suppliers, and then we can manage the order. It has been made, and we have a very good idea of sales. So there's good tracking, and you can collect statistical information regarding all these activities. And this is part of the basic service provided by FarmClick without any additional cost, neither for the initial registration, there's no annual subscription either, and there isn't any other hidden cost, which would not allow this endeavor to progress. So we're talking about new sales channels without initial cost. There's immediacy and total transparency in receipts of these sales. Very, very low or practically non-existent logistics, an increase in turnover, a full control of prices and stocks, safety of transaction or security of transaction rather, and the possibility to advertise on the FarmClick environment without having to pay extra for these services. I think that this slide will make you think twice, and then that will end my presentation. So this, if you like, initiative, and this is, in my humble opinion, but also the group that worked on this, wouldn't have a lot to offer if it didn't incorporate financing, because you have to finance these inputs. And when I say financing here, we're not talking about the traditional banking logic regarding financing. And this would cancel, if you like, the marketplace as an idea. So we're talking about the environment in which the user carries out the choice of inputs, meaning supplies. And if the farmer wants, he can also get financing for the purchase. So this is a single environment. No time is wasted. Everything is done in an automatic and transparent and digital way. So we have the opportunity to allow suppliers to sell more. People can sell in other areas, not just in one specific area. There's a greater range to choose from for our farmers. And meaning they don't only compare some products in their own area, they can compare products from all over the country. And of course, they can also receive financing from our bank. This means that we can help solve another problem, i.e. credits, being able to have access to immediate or direct credit, because this is a very important. And I could also offer some information, because sometimes there's also a lack of transparency. So we try in a digital way to contribute to treat and or address specific problems. And in this way, we can harness to a certain extent only, of course, the structural issue, and this is something that is timeless, but I think that it's been exacerbated now because of current events. So we're talking about production costs because it's skyrocketed due to the situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if anybody would like to ask a question, or we can proceed to a light lunch so we can continue later. Okay, let's move on to a light lunch. You can find it right behind you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I ask you to take your seats, please? We have come to the final panel before closing the 12th conference of GAIA EPICHEIREIN. Let me welcome people who have come to our city from all over Greece. You have come to a place that we think is wonderful, has a rich background, history, archaeological interest, has a great environmental wealth, which we hope to preserve despite all the people who might think otherwise or might plan otherwise. We have a strong primary and processing sector. And let's not forget tobacco, since we are at the home of Alexandros Baltadzis and hold the conference at a tobacco warehouse, which is a historical landmark for the history of the region, not only here, but for Komotini and Kavala as well. We are in a place that is rich in history and mythology. It's the home of Dimokritos and Diomedes, the center of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace. We have a very rich in history place, and there's a lot of interest to have access to the sea. So there are common interests in the area and also in fisheries. And we also have a place that is riddled by the demographic challenge. We have some municipalities here that are on the top 10 of municipalities in Greece that suffer from this demographic challenge. We also have a place with young people who still live here and who still want to fight for our home. And we have people here who want to fight for the next generation, which is exactly our topic right now. So our topic is stories from the field, from theory to practice. We have chosen this topic. We have chosen to host this topic here in Xanthi in Eastern Macedonia and Thrace. And we're here to talk about the future of agriculture, generation renewal, innovation. This is a bet we all have to win. You are scientists, we've heard from the academia, we've heard from the finance sector, from the technology sector, all that we need to do in order to achieve our goals. We have seen how technology is being used, drones used for spraying pesticides. We have seen this technology being used widely, and technology makes us able to predict behaviors and take measures. And technology is a very useful tool because it helps us predict. A farmer, an animal farmer, a fisherman has to be a bit of a magician as well in order to be able to survive, because survival is the main issue at stake here. Because a farmer and a fisherman is not a professional who works as a hobby. No one wakes up at 3 in the morning just because they want to. Who said this to me? Dimitris Samaras, fisherman. So our participants in the panel. Kostas Papadimitriou, animal farmer, 26 years of age. He doesn't drink, he doesn't party. Yesterday evening, he was the only participant maybe who just had soft drinks instead of alcoholic beverages because he needed to take care of his animals. So let's welcome those people behind the stories. Our I am not sure if the man is behind the story or the story is behind the man. People create stories, create food, create silk in Evros, create cotton, which is a crop that has been through a lot. We have also Yorgos Meliniklis, agronomist and agri-food professional. We have family-owned businesses, and those people have their allies. They have Panagiotis Koroneos, a young man, youth ambassador for EU bioeconomy. He's our youth ambassadors in Brussels. We also have many interesting things to say. And the question is, what have we been doing to reduce our environmental footprint? And what are we doing with all this technology available? Can we use technology for the environment? Is there the proper framework for that? I have heard today that you can take the shell out of an almond seed and turn it into jewelry. We can also take tomatoes, extract a serum, and use it to boil pasta, this very cheap food. And take a very cheap food, infuse it, and charge a lot of money for it. So it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you here. It's after our lunch, so let's give them a warm applause. So let me introduce you to our panelists, and each one will give us their own personal presentation and their own personal story. And we used to do it in the theater back in the day. We made everyone stand up and talk about themselves. This is a way to warm up and establish contact, establish eye contact, and then trust. We have people from every walk of life in agriculture. And we heard Mr. Kondos in the morning, who said something very important. He said that ministers should not change every 6 months, which is, I think, very important. Vasilis Protokalis has been in the Ministry of Agriculture quite often, I think. And some people have a much better and deeper knowledge of the problems. And so it's obvious that if a minister just is there for 6 months, they cannot get an in-depth look at the situation. So we need consistency and we need a deep knowledge of agriculture. It shouldn't be a job. It should be a calling. It should be something very important. We will hear from Panagiotis Koroneos about the issues that bioeconomy faces and about what each and every one of us can do in order to connect the dots and give a future both to the primary sector as well as the processing sector. There is a lot of businesses who are forced to shut down because of the crisis. A lot of them because they're facing challenges that are directly related to the survival, but also through indirect consequences because of delayed payments, because of the increase in petrol costs. These are people who cannot afford to pay their bills. And then if they cannot afford to pay their electricity bill, they don't have any electricity, and then one thing leads to another. We have heard from this very often, and unfortunately, not much is being done. So we will start from Panagiotis Koroneos, who is a EU Bioeconomy Youth Ambassador. Welcome. So bioeconomy, Panagiotis Koroneos has been chosen in 2025 by the European Commission, and is also a graduate from Padua University. So you have the floor, and there you go.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank GAIA EPICHEIREIN for inviting me. I think this is a right place and time to identify some very important matters. Let me talk about bioeconomy. What's in common between an agricultural cooperative of olive growers with a biotech company in Iceland and a social enterprise in Kilkis? This sounds like a joke, to be honest. So the social enterprise in Kilkis produces straws. And this is from a cereal stalk, and it is an answer to disposable plastic straws. The co-op in Spain has its conventional activities of processing olives and creating olive oils, but it uses the olive kernel to create bars, protein bars of high value. And Kerasis in Iceland, this company makes use of the skin of cod, and via biotechnology, it creates dressings or bandages which allow people that have skin problems to get well quickly, but it also helps burn victims. So what do these three examples have in common? This is bioeconomy. And according to the recent definition in 2025 of the European Union, and we have this new pan-European bioeconomy strategy. So we have biological resources like biomass, genetic resources, for example, fungi, bacteria, germs, biogenic carbon, as well as other renewable sources to create products and services, as well as technologies with an added value for human beings. So it covers a very wide range of sectors, from the primary sector all the way to industry, health, and energy. So the question is, what is the competitive advantages offered? First of all, we have a substitution of raw materials and products that were until recently produced using fossil fuels. And we know how negative it is to use fossil fuels. Two, we have new innovative products. And in this way, we achieve, as I said, better environmental benefits, societal and economic benefits. So how does the primary sector fit into all of this? So we have a farmer who is also a supplier of biomass, i.e. the residues of cultivation and byproducts may be used in other value chains and create new products. On the other hand, the farmer can convert the raw material into a new production chains, value chains. For example, the one case I mentioned in Spain, where we had the cooperative of olive growers, and they created protein bars. So we want to create economic value. Bioeconomy is a driving force. So the primary, if you like, sector is the driving force of bioeconomy. Bioeconomy can act in complementarity with CAP, new schemes, new practices, for example, carbon farming. And in this way, the farmer and producers, fishermen become less vulnerable to the variation we can have due to extraneous factors and so on and so forth. At the level of policies, 8 European member states have already developed national bioeconomy strategies, and 11 are in the process right now. Unfortunately, Greece is lagging behind in this new environment despite its competitive advantages. We have a lot of endemic flora and fauna species. We have a large variety of primary sector branches, and most importantly, we have well-trained staff. And this is key for this transformation because the core of bioeconomy is innovation. However, as I mentioned already, we have not yet developed a national framework in Greece. But let's remain optimistic, because sometimes change is bottom up and through synergies and collaboration of local bodies. So the local nature of things is very important, because the competitiveness of such models depends on how close the processing unit of the biomass is to the area where it is produced. The bigger the radius, the less competitive bioeconomy is. Let me just cite a specific example. We have an area in France called Marcle-Bazancourt. It's in Grand Est. And until a few years ago, in order for me to connect this to the fact that change is normally bottom up. In this area, we have a cooperative of young farmers. They created a model unit emphasizing on bioeconomy, and this led to the creation of 1,000 jobs, direct jobs, 800 to 1,000 indirect jobs, and the turnover is 20 million euro per annum. So, in conclusion, the turn to bioeconomy and integration of applications is a strategic investment. Why? Because it can create local jobs, it can create infrastructure, and this has a multiplier effect for local communities. Young people now. Young people or youth play a decisive role in the environment that is taking shape and form, either because they trigger themselves this transition or directly benefit from this bioeconomy-related development. So in conclusion, we see that the application of bioeconomy practices and the modernization and new production activities or processes act in a complementary fashion to conventional agricultural practices, and this leads to the change of the structure of the structure and the creation of new infrastructure. So bioeconomy can be a pillar for regional development, and it can help reverse the desertification trend that we see in European regions. So I urge you to take action. We can start from the local and regional level, and why not slowly build this up so that we can have an input at this national level of bioeconomy components, because bioeconomy is a strategic advantage. We haven't invested in this sector yet. We should have, though, but if we do so, this can help us have a brighter future for the next generations, and it can also ensure resilient local communities. Thank you for your attention.
I would like to thank Mr. Coroneos. We'll be able to ask questions later. The audience can participate as well. And now, I would like to introduce you to Yorgos Meleneklis, who is from the city of Drama and is an agronomist and agri-food professional. Many of you might already know his products. The brand name is Menikio. I already know of one supermarket that stocks Menikio products. You are a graduate from the Agricultural University of Thessaloniki, class of 2016, specializing in agri-food and food technology, innovative approaches in the food sector, such as quality and food safety. I might like to add that since the Dean of Perotis College was here before, that you have also attended classes in agrotourism at the American Farm School. So we see how education, universities and the primary and processing sectors come together. Thank you very much for inviting me. You forgot to mention the most important thing on my CV, that I play 9 musical instruments. I don't add usually this information to my CV, but it's important, I think. And I think that people who are well versed in the arts might have a couple of more things to say. Anyways, I would like to thank you very much for inviting me. I would like to congratulate GAIA EPICHEIREIN and everyone who worked together for this conference, because it's a great conference. The organization is very nice, and I hope that every discussion panel with young people would have a moderator half as friendly as you. Your hospitality is amazing, and this hospitality belongs to the organizers and to the region of Thrace. I felt very comfortable with your introductory remarks. Of course, I only have 5 minutes, so I can't talk about much. Yes, Mr. Portokalidis is smiling, I see. So anyways, I will try to be brief and give you an idea of what we do, and I will be happy to answer questions you might have. So we are a family-owned business. We are working from a village in Drama. Our family business with the brand name Menikio began in 2015. We produce dairy, and this is what people know from us. However, behind all this, there's a lot of things going on that people don't know. And here's how we are different from the other family businesses. First of all, we start at the farm. We grow feed, clover, corn, maize, wheat, feed for animals. We also breed goats and sheep. We do organic farming, organic animal farming. And as we speak, our farm is one of the 5 largest organic animal farms in Greece, producing goat and sheep milk. We have a very modern processing unit for animal feed, and of course we have very modern silos. You need a silo, otherwise you cannot produce animal feed. You have to harvest the maize and then process it in order to be able to feed it to the animals. And we also have a network of collaborations with dairy farmers from the surrounding areas, Drama, Seres and Thessaloniki, and our brand name, the brand name that people see in the supermarket when they're buying our products, is a processed product. It's processed milk and dairy. We have a long-standing tradition in organic foods. We also grow conventional foods, but we focus on organic foods. We work with an extensive network in the north of Greece. We have experts in 12 countries. We take part in many exhibitions around Europe in order to try and balance local consumption, national consumption and exports. And we also have other activities. So we have the brand name Menikio from 2015 until now. We stock some supermarkets and organic supermarkets.
And this is how we brought the brand to the market today. Despite all the difficulties that everybody knows. Before I give the floor to Dimitris Samaras, our professional fisher, I will have to say that Menikio is named after the mountain range in Drama, which shows the close ties between the people and the area and the land, which is something very important because it brings the area of Drama closer to the people outside this area. Yes, this is true. Drama is surrounded by 3 mountains, by Menikio, Pageo, and Falakroros. We have a factory right across Menikio mountain, which has a long standing history of animal farming. And so we borrowed the mountain's name and use it as a brand name. Thank you very much. I will give the floor now to Dimitris Samaras, a Xanthi local, who is a professional fisherman since many years. But also, despite being a fisherman, he's a member of a coastal fishermen association. You have supplied many official ministerial dinners with your products, with what the sea brings you, and you have invited people to our area, and everyone has tasted your products. Now there's a chance for those people to change things. From 2016, you're a member of the fishing cooperative and help in many collective actions. And since 2018, you are as the secretary of the Puerto Lagos Association. Essentially, there's a connection between those fishing associations in the country, because this association shows how people in the primary sector can work together and offer solutions. Dimitri Samaras, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you very much for the invitation. For the last 13 years, I have been a professional fisherman. I was 18 when I entered the cooperative, third generation fisherman, and the lagoon at sea. We actually deal with octopus, and inside the lagoon, we catch fish. We really love the profession of fishermen. That's why we engage in fishing. This morning, I got up at 4:15 in the morning. So there's a lot of stress every day. You wake up early in the morning. You have to go back and feed your family, rain or shine. Sometimes the weather conditions are very adverse, but we love what we do and we take pride in what we do. I really have nothing further to add. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you very much. And we'd like to thank you because having to get up 4:00 in the morning, 4:15, and be here 12 hours later is very important. Let me give the floor to Vasilis Portokalidis. He's from Feres Evros, together with his wife, Ioanna Mavromati. Ioanna Mavromati is connected to the story that will be narrated to us by Vasilis Portokalidis. He is the owner of Portokalidis Cottage Industry with a double L. One would expect him to make marmalade and jam, orange jam and marmalade. He doesn't actually do that, though. He creates this very nice puree or tomato sauce, and I heard this from others. In the Ministry of Rural Development and Food, he's well known. They've tried his tomato sauce and love it. So I think they should pay more attention to Evros, which is a remote area, and the region of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace. This cottage industry started in 2017, and he watched his wife make tomato sauce, and then he decided to do so as well. And it's nice to have an idea, to turn this into practice, to see it grow, and to see that there is such a nice sauce. It's outside. He brought you a jar of tomato sauce so that you can taste it yourselves. So I give him the floor without further ado. Hello, I am a third generation farmer. I've been a farmer for 25 years. In 2016, I wanted to help my wife. She was making the tomato sauce of the year, the tomato preserve. This is a tradition. Housewives create the tomato sauce that they'll be using for the rest of the year. In the month of August, that's when they make this fantastic sauce. And people have to have time in order to do this. So she had a small room, and it was a bit of a basement. That's where she produced this tomato sauce. And it took 6 to 7 hours. So after preparing it, she was tired. The room was a mess. And then I realized that modern housewives can no longer do this, especially in the cities. And then I came up with the idea that we can do something. We can create something that is high quality, but it will be homemade. So I discussed this with my wife. We decided to go ahead, and that's how we started our cottage industry. I actually wanted to do something myself because for years I was tired of producing and producing produce. I have 600 stremas, arable crops, beetroot in the past, cotton, alfalfa, and I used to sell my production without knowing the price I would get for my products, for my produce. When we harvest our crops and we take it to a ginning plant, if it's cotton, for example, a ginning mill, we don't say I sold, but I delivered my production. And this is not by chance. We actually deliver our production without knowing the price we'll get or when we'll be paid. And any crop this may be. It doesn't really matter the type of crop, only in certain cases. So the quality sometimes doesn't really matter. I may have the worst quality ever, and the friend next to me might have the top quality. For cotton, everybody will get the same price, cereals, the same, and so on and so forth. So I wanted to do something which I could use in order to get the surplus benefit, and I wanted to decide the price of what I would sell. We started in 2017. To be honest, our intention was to only sell this tomato sauce in Alexandroupoli, but because everybody liked it, we decided to go to different fairs. We actually went to 11 international competitions, 4 in Brussels, Greece, and then other countries abroad as well. We received awards, and right now we sell our product in Thessaloniki, Thrace, of course, that goes without saying, Athens, Heraklion, Crete, Kalamata, Peloponnese, and Larissa, and also abroad, Germany, Canada, and the US. Thank God. I have been here since this morning. I've heard everything that has been said, and I believe that this is a way out to the dead end in which farmers have found themselves in. I have 600 stremas, 50 are tomatoes. So we're talking about a lot of tons of tomato. In the last few years, my income from the processing of tomatoes actually helps me cover the losses that I have in my other crops. That's all I had to say. Thank you very much. No comments. No comments. I think we should have an entire conference dedicated to what you just said. So the lady, Stella Tofea, she's a young girl, and she's also from Xanthi. She comes from a farmer's family, from what I heard. And she is a farmer. She is an artisan. She's also an agricultural technologist. So she studied land architecture. She's a landscape artist. And then she also went into almond farming, kiwi farming, sweet corn. We'll explain. We heard about the fodder. Now we know that there is organic, he said organic sheep and goat meat. So Sophia Tofea turned her idea into a circle. It's not just a brand to sell almonds. She has created a wonderful idea, rather circular, and her little girl was here, Angeliki, because we're talking about roles being played by women, multiple roles that women play. If you make sauce, tell me. No, I buy my tomato sauce from Vasili.
Hello again. Hello from me. I have heard a lot of interesting stories, longer stories. My story is rather short. I am a small producer, and I took over my father's farm. We produce sweet corn, as you have heard, kiwi, and almonds. My idea was to stop being dependent on all those traders who just take our produce and offer a price that makes our business non-viable. So I entered into processing. I have a circular farm where we process our almonds. We turn them into almond butter, almond oil, roasted almonds, salted almonds, etc. We would also like to take the shell, the husk of almonds, and compress it, because I've heard that it can turn into pressed wood and thus be utilized as well. So this is when I learned what circular economy means in the field. I had many other ideas, but my problem is time. I don't have enough time. Many ideas, not enough time. And also, we don't have enough people to work in the family business. And if you have a family-owned business, you have to be your own accountant, your own worker, you have to harvest, you have to be a salesperson. So you have to be a parent as well. So there's a lot of things to do if you run a family business. So we try to focus on the human, on the person. For me, it is very important to invest in the human capital and see how we can create synergies and share knowledge, perhaps even workload, share hands that will work. So it's very important to share labor. And it's very important to me since I can't do everything. So yeah, in other words, I have many ideas but cannot realize all of them. However, the last thing I did with my husband together was to create a mobile canteen, a food truck that actually brings our food from our farm to your fork. So we take the sweet corn from our fields, roast it, and sell it directly to the consumers. And we also do other things as well. We work with local producers in order to give a boost to our local economy, which is also very important to me, to actually be able to work together with other locals and keep production local. And I wish we could reach other markets as well. I wish this for everyone else too. Because for me, we have people who work hard, who strive to take it a step further, because this is what we need in order to be sustainable. So this cycle of Stella is not so small. And I think what you said is very important, to keep our economy local, to keep it here in the area. It's very important to do this in order to be able to expand. But in order to be able to expand, we need to keep our human capital here. This is how we create profit. This is how we can buy more land. This is how we can keep land in operation and not leave land uncultivated, which is what happened last year. Unfortunately, this year, many people will not work on their land, even though they had rented land, because they simply cannot afford it. We have here Nikos Botrochos, who is the president of the Agricultural Association of Komotini. I would like to introduce him. He's born and bred in Komotini, and he works for the IT department of the University of Macedonia. And after his military service, he took over the family business in the cotton industry. And even though this was a thriving business this year, I have heard that there is no cotton left. And he focuses on other crops now, like quinoa, for example. We have also heard from Mr. Fotinos, from Adonisiarkos, Prodromos Fujoglu in Brussels. We have heard from people who try to keep the cotton, the Greek cotton brand alive. And this year, they told us they didn't plant any cotton because it's very difficult. And so we see that traditional crops now become obsolete, now that farmers grow different crops. However, I will give the word to Nikos Botrochos to tell us more about it. And he's also a trade unionist, which means that he knows firsthand what changes are taking place, and no one knows who will remain in the end.
Thank you very much for the invitation. The previous speakers told us some very nice personal stories. It would be nice for the average farmer to be able in the future to tell stories about his own holding. I will be the grumpy one, because I have the crops that most people have. I don't do processing at all. Unfortunately, in the last few years, unfortunately, I should have said fortunately, but unfortunately, I'm a large producer, so my losses are quite high. And this happens because we produce cotton, corn, cereals, but large crops in Rhodope, and I am the president of the Farmers Association in my area. Well, we actually know that they actually have these crops par excellence. So cotton and corn, they are summer crops and they need to be irrigated 6 or 7 times. But half of the plots or parcels are non-irrigated. So we see a lot of rain, but unfortunately, this rain ends up in the sea. We are a country which may have a lot of mountains. 90% of the area is mountainous, and we don't actually make any effort to keep the water that drops from the sky so that we can use it to irrigate our crops in the summer. Those who are lucky, because it's a matter of luck, and who are able to bore a hole and find groundwater, they unfortunately have to pay for this irrigation water dearly. Some people even pay 80 to 90 euro per strömmar in order to irrigate their fields. And even in the best possible scenario, if they do well, I'm talking about good prices, good production, profitability is 50 to 60 euro per strömmar. And when the cost of irrigation is 100 euro per strömmar, you understand that we are making severe losses. And a modern European country could make this loss zero. If we have photovoltaic panels, this 100 euro per strömmar could end up in our pockets and not be losses. Of course, this would be very good, but it would go against the powerful elites dealing with electricity production in Greece. And the money that we would save would be money out of their pockets. So here we have a tug of war. We have farmers on the one hand and electricity companies on the other, and you understand who the winner is. It's more like David and Goliath. So I'd like to say that most of the members of our association have many problems. We have to implement the EU agricultural policy. We have to innovate. We have to grow. We have to implement all these new technologies in very small parcels, 0.2, 0.3 hectares. And there was a video showing a farm, and you would have to zoom in to find the end, the border of the parcel. So we're talking about 500 strömmars. We don't have such sizes in Greece. So the solution would be the redistribution of land and larger parcels. In some areas, redistribution is practiced, but instead of having 5 strömmars, you have 20 strömmars. But now we have tractors and trailers, and the smallest parcel should be at least 100 strömmars in order for us to be competitive, to buy this equipment, to work with this equipment, and to reduce production costs and be competitive vis-a-vis the farmers in other European countries, but also in the rest of the world, because we know that you can have cotton grown anywhere in the world, cereal the same, and so on and so forth. So I think that there has to be redistribution by the region, but this should be subsidized by the state. The CAP, I have made some notes. I hope that next year, we won't need to have this discussion again. But when I read back in 2022 about the new cap that would be implemented as of 2023, this was 1,500 pages long. I read all of the pages. Maybe it wasn't the right thing to do. It made me very angry. So whoever is active in the primary sector understands that this cap could not be applied in practice. It might have sounded very nice theoretically, but we, at all the meetings we went to, particularly in relation to eco schemes, there were many in number 10, and there were some countries that had 1, but it was impossible to implement them in practice. We saw this. We saw the big mess. We still haven't been paid, and this is the 5th year or 4th or 5th year of this CAP. And we hope that now with the new CAP, there will be broad consultations where we can express our views so that all this money, because it's a sizable amount, to be directed in the right way without leaving any loopholes for sly people to do whatever they want to do. And we saw what's been happening lately. It's been on the news, on TV. So from now on, I think that I've run out of negative things. Out of the 1,500 pages that I read, there was some few positive things. So let me tell you about the positive things behind the new CAP. So I read this document and it said that an eco scheme subsidized 11 crops, and out of which I might have heard some. I might have heard one or two of these crops. So I looked on the internet, I Googled, and I saw that possibly 3 of these crops could be cultivated by me personally with good results. So then I tried to see how I could actually plant them and then market them. I ended up that only 2 of these crops could be good for me, quinoa and camelina sativa. But because the companies marketing these specific products would not come to me, I mean, we know that there's a company from Larissa that trades quinoa and one in Athens trading in camelina. I don't think they would ask me to grow because there are logistics involved. So the easiest thing I could do was to collect some people, create a group in order to start growing these crops. And I think we did very well because we have cotton and cereal, but camelina and quinoa are easier to grow. But because we have the subsidization of eco schemes, which is €60 per stroma, the income is more decent. So we hope that this new CAP will allow us to do the same. And we hope that there are alternatives to large arable crops, because almonds are lovely, tomatoes are lovely, but there are areas where there are constraints. For example, we have no water. Our soil is not so fertile. So we will be forced to grow the crops that I previously mentioned. Thank you all very much for your attention. And I hope that next time round, what I will say will only be positive. I think we should stop being pessimistic. We should be more optimistic. Thank you.
Let's welcome Kostas Papathimitriou, a farmer and livestock breeder, comes from a family of farmers and livestock breeders, and we will see the whole circle of family farming. So he's 26 years old, comes from a family-owned farm as a unit with 400 goats and sheep, and he returned to the family business after leaving to study for mineral engineering, but he returned to his homeland, to the family business. And the difference here is that our region is like the little small village in Gaul. Every week we have reports in the local papers about the sheep pox, about the dangerous zones, about the zones that are under monitoring. We see the progress, what's going on. I think the sheep and goat pox almost reached areas outside our own. So here we still resist. And I'm happy to hear that your animals are not affected by the sheep and goat pox, which has led to the deaths of many animals. So I think this is by itself something that shows how effective prevention can be in livestock farming. So let me give the word to you. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. First, let me say that in 2018, as a high school graduate, after my national examination, I had to succeed in my exams in order to study something and get a degree. So I did enter tertiary education in Kozani, but I saw after some years of study that this field of study isn't really the one for me. So I decided to leave. I also left because of the pandemic. I decided to leave and not go back and take over the family business, both the farm and the livestock farm. Of course, it's a very hard job. It's not basically a job, it's a way of life. In order to be a livestock breeder, you have to make sacrifices. Every day is a race for survival. You don't take a day off, not one. And there's no room for anything else. So the animals are living creatures and you have to be there for them 24/7. There's not many livestock breeders left in Rhodope. There's maybe 10 or 15 of us left. The good thing is that our income is rather satisfying because of everything that's happened, but there is the foot and mouth disease, which is threatening our livelihood as well. We managed to get over the sheep and goat pox, but I'm afraid that after we're done with all this, there won't be an animal left alive in our area. I think there's no way back. So we definitely need to focus, both the state needs to focus and us as livestock breeders need to focus in preventing a disaster like the sheep and goat pox. And if we get foot and mouth disease on top, I think we won't be able to talk about livestock farming in Greece at all. It will be the death of the sector. Yes, I think your message is very clear. We heard Mr. Kondos this morning when he suggested that veterinary doctors and military veterinary doctors should be used as well. But it's a grueling sight to for the farmer to see their animals killed in front of them. I have been told by farmers that they were in tears when they saw their animals put down. It's bad enough when they lose their animals due to old age, but imagine people who have animals and animals are their livelihood, to see them put down. So we have Panagiotis Koroneos here, the Bioeconomy Youth Ambassador, who talked about different strategies, who talked about 8 countries of the European Union that have national bioeconomy strategies, 11 more member states that are developing their own strategies, but Greece doesn't have one as of yet. So it's important to talk about strategy and regional strategy. And afterwards, we need to take certain measures and actions on a central level. First of all, we start with the local level, then we move on to the regional level, and finally the national level. So we need good information. But I don't think that it's easy to access information if it's not readily available, and often you have to look through a lot of information in order to find exactly what you need. Mr. Koroneos, the floor is yours. Thank you. I think that every participant in this panel could benefit from bioeconomy. They all work in fields that could benefit from bioeconomy, but I also think that the following things are necessary. First, we need local synergies, both in local and regional authorities and also with the local associations. And we also need the assistance of local schools and universities. In this way, people can come into contact with scientific knowledge. Also, we need to see that there is a variety of funding of financial aid instruments. The European Green Deal will run until 2050. However, the problem with this financing instrument is that that there is not adequate information. There is not a single or one-stop shop to inform farmers on the way they can benefit from this aid. And also, I think an equally important issue, an institutional issue, is that we need to find synergies. I've read about a local farm in Ireland that found a way to utilize its waste. However, we need to be aware that technology evolves faster than the institutional framework does, and we need to keep up. We need to take into account that there needs to be a regulatory framework that leaves space for private initiative. Thank you. Now, another question, a rather simple question. Shouldn't we first have an institutional framework, like a national framework, and then think about an information campaign or access to information? So shouldn't we take it one step at a time? And shouldn't the farmers know what steps to take? We have heard the stories of people who run family businesses here, and we've heard how hard it was for them to run their business. Yes, it's true. However, in order to create a proper framework, we need an interest from the base, from the bottom. Yeah, well, there is the EU framework. We are a member state of the European Union, so if the producer needs the framework, then sooner or later this need will reach the politician who will create it in turn. Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Yorgos Meleneklis. I think that he has participated in some EU schemes, EU programs, young farmers, for example, a new generation of farmers. I would like to hear from you if you have utilized this and if you have benefited from it. Because in this country, we also have organic farming, and through their program, Ipethros Chora, you have created many really nice products like a goat milk ice cream, and I think that's very interesting. Let's hear from you.
Well, I've been listening to all these things, and I really am at a loss for words, because I happen to have some discussions with other people on the primary sector. And I wonder whether I should talk about the innovative kefir, with how difficult all this was to get off the ground. I heard my friend Panayoti, and I'm 33 years old. And I wonder if we don't at this age understand bioeconomy and espouse it, and I'm not only talking about what needs to be done, and I agree 100% with what Panayotis just said. So Panayotis said a lot of important things, but there's a big, big problem. Before bioeconomy came along and before being told about bioeconomy, I don't know which speaker said this. I forgot your name. Nikos Podrotsos. So Nikos said that he will be grumpy. He will be the grumpy one, the famous grouch. And if I start complaining, everybody will get up and leave. Don't get me started. But Mr. Meleneklis, you have some good examples to mention. It's not a matter of setting a good example or not. We have very important things. We use biodiesel. And I don't know if the people in the audience or other people up here on stage that cultivate, I don't know if they understand what it means in Europe, where you have to be innovative, where you have to understand bioeconomy as a concept. So let me say that, how is it possible to use petrol or diesel and you pay €2 per liter? And you said that you have a livestock unit, you have organic products, you have your own feed, and you can make use of the waste or the residues, and you have innovative products. So how much do you have to increase prices? Because you know that somebody will actually put something on the shelf, and they will also have their own profit margin. But let me say that we have somebody growing corn with €2. You need to irrigate it. And let's say that he gets 1,300, 1,500 kilos. But let's talk about the prices of inputs. So we're talking about corn production. So it's 17 cents per kilo. That's the cost of actually the inputs. And just the other day, I think they had corn from Romania, and it was delivered in the port. 20.5, and this was given to Thessaloniki, and they went to the livestock unit in Thessaloniki. So that's the final price. So this was based on last year's, if you like, data. But look, we're paying €2 per liter of diesel. Just imagine. So the price we get compared to the price of foreign products or other countries from Romania, Poland, other EU member states, with all the problems of vessels, problems in relation to the products of that is in the hold, and also aflatoxins and so on and so forth. I don't want to start complaining and do what Nikos did, because he said he's the famous grouch. Oh, no, the other guy is the fisherman, the guy next to you. They all got to know each other now. I met half of them now. I knew the others. So they weren't a group. They don't know each other with the exception of the two people in the end because they're both from Rodopi. Innovation is a good thing, but that's not enough in order for a company to be sustainable, be it small, be it of medium size, be it large. It's not enough to be innovative. You need to generate a profit. You need to be working hard. You're working 365 days a year to take care of your animals. So we get milk from 100 producers, and in our milk zone, we actually lose 6 to 7 livestock farmers. They disappear not because of sheeppox or other epizootic diseases. It's because there are no successors. Nobody takes their place. So these farms are disbanded, and I'm talking about a very small area. 6 or 7 farms closed down. I'm talking about dairy farms. The same happens in bovine animals, because I know that a lot of large livestock units with bovine animals, bovine farms have closed down. And we eat a lot of meat, and we've realized that these farms have closed down. So I don't know where the meat comes from when you go to these restaurants. This is something that will be seen later. Maybe we can move on to Dimitris. We're going from meat to fish. I'm not going to say anything about our kefir yogurts and our yogurt and our. I think Dimitris Maras has not participated in any training programs or in any programs related to the CAP. He participates in the association. Fishermen's associations have serious problems, but the Thracian Sea has very famous products. We're talking about octopus, we're talking about small fry. Somebody talked about licurinos, which is a species. And it's very good to hear about this specific, if you like, fish species. And two important things. The question is there a reduction in these species? The question is, if so, why? And if there is a good price for your fishery products, because the fishermen are going down as well. They're dwindling in number. 20% of the fish stocks go down. Why? Because we have invasive species, alien species entering the lagoon. We have the blue crabs, for example. They've entered the lagoon. We have 50 tons of blue crabs fished per year. So that is terrible. We see that we're talking about the blue crabs. Yes, the blue crabs, but it's very interesting. It's very tasteful. But when we have small fry, for example, In the past, we had a lot of tons of small fry, but now this is whitebait. And this year we only had 4 tons. And the eggs, the egg roe of this whitebait is consumed by the crabs. So they eat the eggs, the spawn. And we see that the number of sea bass and whitebait stocks have gone down. And we have fishing vessels, we use diesel, we use gas, but if you have €2 per fuel, you can't really do much. You suffer losses. Just imagine, I sell at a price of 1.20 per kilo of fish. What about the ice? What about the styrofoam pack? So there's 30 families in the association. And just imagine, what price do we need to get in order to be able to make a living? And that's why we can't live off fishing alone. We have 2 or 3 different jobs. So we're not talking about continuity. We're talking about multitasking, about many different jobs held by you. I think my generation is the last. People don't want to enter the trade. Back in 2016, there were 76 members. Now there are only 30. So you can understand nowadays, young people only want to have rights. So we're talking about families, not people, mind you. We used to really make a good income out of fishing. So we've seen all this. We talked about fishing. And let's not forget that we're proud to be Greek. We're proud to have all these beautiful seas. So we're very proud of our navy, about Greek flags flying on all these vessels. But on the Thracian Sea, we have the Greek fishermen fighting over fish with the Turkish fishermen. And I'm sure that other European partners have similar problems. So protection of fishing stocks is very important. So we need to be protected against other alien species, but also other people from other countries also trying to take a piece of the fishing stocks. And Italy, we see that there are large vessels being used by the Turks, and the Bulgarians bring fishermen all the way to Samothraki, and they actually sell their fish to taverns in the area. So there's a very strange, if you like, situation. If you're not from Thrace, you don't understand how strange it is to have a Bulgarian who has a fishing fleet here, selling the fish that he catches, and then another Bulgarian comes to consume it at a restaurant. And then you have the fishermen who are Greek and who are just twiddling their thumbs and don't know what to do. And they keep saying, what are we going to do now? So we have 13 trawlers from Turkey off the coast of Porto Lagos, 9-10 nautical miles. You can see them with your naked eye. They turn on their lights and it's 5 o'clock in the morning and everything is alight. You can see everything. So these trawlers are equipped. They have all the fishing gear and they got all the know-how from the Italians. And the Italians actually, and the equipment as well, not just the vessels, everything. And let me say that many questions have been set on these issues in the European Union level. You know all this. Mr. Portokalidis, you said that styrofoam prices have gone up and even glass jars were also very expensive during COVID. So you said that €2 per liter of gasoline or diesel. But you have a new program, a young generation, young farmers. All of you are quite famous in your own right and in your own respective field. And you said that you don't survive off arable crops and large areas of cultivated land, but innovation and new ideas. So being able to create a product, like your tomato sauce, and ending up in Chicago, and some people who know this fish species called licurinos, and so on and so forth. I think that we need to actually give a round of applause. These people are fighting, and the primary sector needs to have people that fight the good fight. They fight at sea, they fight in the stables, they fight in the field. That's how these battles are waged. And let us not forget that Evros, a regional governor, had said that there were fights going on in the Sea of Evros, and this will not be solved. And we're also talking about water. Water is the most expensive resource on the planet. I don't know what's going to happen. We're talking about the fight for water. Let's see what happens after the war. Let me connect to what I just heard. And here the colleague said earlier that we're trying to keep the economy afloat. But that's not only true. There are some sensitive areas like Thrakis and Evros, and we are at the border, the outside borders of the EU. And let me put it differently, rather, says the speaker. The minister this morning said that strategic planning in Greece must go to a higher level and it must be right under national security. These two things are interconnected because our borders are not being guarded by the army or by border guards. They are being guarded by the people who live there, who live on the river of Evros, on the banks of the river of Evros. And the speaker is speaking off mic. We cannot hear him. The sound has now come back. So it's the people who fight. They are the ones who are the border guards. Remember, we had the migration crisis some years ago and how this was weaponized by Turkey. And remember, we had the Greek soldiers and so on and so forth. But the borders were guarded by the locals. They worked together with the police and the army. So borders are protected by people who are working there. This is quite clear. And at a meeting we had recently with the Prime Minister here in Evros, I was outspoken and I said, if you want the borders of Greece to be Nestos River, not Evros, continue doing what you're doing. So if you go to Evros, northern Evros in particular, the villages are empty. There are no lights and it's dark. On the other side, if you go and look at the other side, you'll see that all the lights are on. You also talked about water. Up until October, I was president of an area near Evros. And unfortunately, we had some terrible situations regarding the Evros River. We thought that it would run dry. There were commitments by the political leadership, and they said that there's going to be no problem. We ran out of water, and the neighbors had dams. They had built dams, and they were keeping the water. So in September, October, they inaugurated their dam in Edirne. And now they're having yachts, regattas in Edirne in the artificial dams because they don't have mountains like in Bulgaria. So in the winter, they take all this water from the river, they send it up to the artificial dams, and when the need arises, they release all this water for irrigation by farmers, because there's been a policy for many years now, and this is a consistent policy on the side of Turkey. They say, we want the people. So rice is produced near the Evros River. You have all these rice paddies. So why should a Turk leave? He stays there and cultivates the land, whereas in Greece, that's not the right policy. We have no dams, we have nothing, so the water goes to waste. And where we had the border, where there were 3 countries involved, we feel like the poor relative. We beg for the Bulgarians or the Turks to allow us to irrigate our fields.
There have been talks about a 5-year deal, but we haven't seen anything written down yet. There's many of us who did the research, but we are not informed about this deal, and we need to know more. Yes, it seems that the crisis we faced last year was a political crisis and not an environmental crisis, not because of climate change. In August, we had an agreement for about 3 months, and so the amounts that were promised were paid, and next day we had water. But for many, many crops, it was too late. I'm sorry, but I forgot your question. I'm very frustrated. Yes, if water is more expensive than oil, because a consumer, as a simple consumer like us, would be able to understand this. And let me say something else. A few days ago, I was sitting during a dinner and talking to the only person who still works in the textile, in the only remaining textile industry in Greece, and they told me that they don't know how the electricity bill will be next month. And I have been told similar stories by other entrepreneurs, some of the few tobacco farmers left. They don't know how much the electricity bill is going to be the next month. But let's go to the only woman in this panel who is a very proud businesswoman and tries to produce green, local, organic, and tries to win this bet by herself. But this is also a bet we have to win as a country. We have to see that our national identity is not only what we consume, but also what we discard and what we can reuse potentially, since reusing is at the top of this pyramid, of this recycling pyramid, from what I know. So, Mr. Fair, you are also participating in the Young Farmers Scheme. What problems have you come across in your small family-owned business? Am I right? Did you want to continue with your studies? Yes, I have joined this program, as you said. I'm a young farmer. That's how I started 10 years ago. And afterwards, I joined some improvement plans. And if you ask me, I will say that, yes, this program has helped me improve myself. I have received financing, the necessary funds to buy some equipment to help me build my business. But I will never forget the first days when I didn't sleep nights, when I felt like I was doing my university exams all over again, because I tried to gather all the necessary documents, and each document had 10 more documents I had to gather. And all of this because I needed to not miss my deadline. And as a technological agronomist, you're able to do some things by yourself, which was a mistake, by the way. I was able to join some programs by myself. And of course, there were deadlines missed. There was money lost. I couldn't do everything by myself. And as I said before, there is not much time. I have also had some incidents on the field, and when you come across a problem like that, you have to solve it, and this takes priority than any other deadline. Deadlines are, of course, important, but kiwis can't wait. They need water. They need to be irrigated. For example, now we have some problems with the irrigation system. The sprinklers are cannot work because of mud, so we need to find a solution. So that is the main issue, I think. That's the main problem. We don't have the time and we don't have the expertise, and all this bureaucracy delays us, because I have to say, I have to repeat, it's an enormous amount of bureaucracy. So we have here two small family business owners who do their own thing, and we have Mr. Botrochos, who has told us that each strema needs 100 euros to be irrigated. So that's a lot of money. I'm not sure if there is any scheme or any union program that could help. Have you yourself joined a program, a financing program, a training program to help you with your business? Because what you said, what with these 1,500 pages of the new Common Agricultural Policy is basically something a student needs to study for their university exam. It's not something a farmer can tackle by themselves when they want to run their own business. And we have heard before from the American Farm School and how they help farmers. Did you use any of the any aid like that? No, there is nothing like that. We have applied for many support schemes, young farmers, new farmers. We have applied for the leader programs. We have been accepted by those programs. All these aid schemes have helped us run our business. However, this does not mean that we cannot improve things, that we cannot design better support schemes. It's not that the money is a lot and helps us, is that we have to build on our own business. We have to create added value, and we have to see that if a particular crop is not profitable, we cannot continue to support it. And if we cannot find machinery and equipment somewhere, we have to look somewhere else for it. Yes, thank you. The problems mentioned before, they had to do with irrigation, and we see that in our area there is a dam that, if built, will irrigate a vast area of land. I don't know what will happen. There is also the irrigation plans of the Nestos River. It was a big deal for the area of Xanthi, and we used the recovery fund for it. However, it does not receive any funding from this program right now. We hope that things will change and we can continue moving forward based on the studies that have already been conducted for the dams in the area. I think that if we don't use those ideas, then the situation will become very dire for us. I think that about the dam, there has been a promise that around for 2027. Until then, the study about the dam will have been conducted, and then we will try to find financing to go forward with it. I don't know when this dam will be ready. Perhaps when we're old. Well, the youngest panelist is 26 years old. So yeah, well, maybe when my son is 30 years old, maybe then the dam will be completed. And then it will be time to give up. It will be time to retire. But I have to repeat, every time we talk, every time we see someone from the local administration, regional, national authorities, we have to put pressure on them so that they get things done. Thank you. I would like to thank you for your time, and now give the floor to Mr. Papadimitriou, who chose to give up his studies in Kozani and return to the family business, to go back to the land, go back to animal breeding, and who, as many other colleagues of his, came across those episodic diseases and had to cope with many problems. We have to say that besides the animal diseases, we had another problem, that the produce could not leave the farm. And we saw this in Lesbos, where they produced cheese, but it could not leave the island due to various constraints. So we need to talk about the future of animal farming. I think that in the future, animal farming should be a combination of tradition and technology. I think that now, in 2026, we cannot milk animals manually. We cannot feed them manually. We need to evolve. We need to use technology to move forward. Now, when it comes to the protection of farmers and their animals, 2 years later, 2 years after the sheep and goat pox has struck the country, we see some measures being taken, some shields going up, but this is too late. What we have done, because we do both farming and animal breeding in the same area, since we're one business, what we did would be to remove all the animals, to remove everything, even our own vehicles from the animal area. We disinfected ourselves because we had to come into contact with the animals, but we removed all other objects. And you also had to change your milk storage area. As I would now like to ask if the public, if the participants have any questions for our panelists. Is there anything you would like to ask our participants so that we could go on with the closing of the conference? Yes. Would you like to come up here, or do you have a microphone? I want to congratulate you for being on the forefront, and I think that you are really the fighters of the panel. I don't want, of course, to say that the other participants are less important, but you are really on the front lines, and I agree with everything you said about the shortage of fuel, of oil, but I would like to ask, what is it that you expect from academia? Is there anything that you would like to say also? Is there anything you would like to add? No, I think there is not enough research done on innovation. There was a measure 16, which involved modern technology and leading to limited soil processing or no soil processing at all. There is literature in Italy dating back from 1970, but we don't have any research done in Greece. So I think universities should come closer to the farmers should come closer to the universities, because there needs to be more research conducted. Some of it will be relevant to what we do, some of it not, but we need to communicate, we need to work together in order to produce new knowledge. I'm very sorry to hear this. I'm not an expert in soil matters, but from the Agricultural University of Greece, of Athens, there are some very brilliant minds that could help, I think. So the measure 16 is a good step forward. We have submitted more than 200 proposals for research, and we're waiting for results. Thank you. I would like to add, based on what my colleague has said, that I agree to an extent. However, I would like to add that universities make suggestions, and sometimes businesses, companies make suggestions too. And these suggestions are sometimes dictated by the teaching staff and some by the companies you work with. Some of them are common suggestions. What we have seen after working together with the University of Thessaloniki, with the University of Athens, or the Democritus University of Thrace, is that in the future, long after these problems have become a thing of the past, is that we need to look to innovation in a different way. Universities approach innovation in a way that does not have any commercial value or commercial interest, and sometimes they do not see things realistically. They do not, the innovation in research at universities does not lead to a product that can be marketable. So we would like the universities to make suggestions that are backed by real life data that is useful for the businesses. This is exactly why we have a collaboration of 3 universities in Athens and Thessaly to try to make this happen. But I have to admit that you are right. You are right. There is a kind of different culture regarding university research. I would like to add something as a sheep farmer, because in bovine farming, things are a bit different. I would like to add that in Greece, we have some new studies that are being conducted in artificial insemination of goat and sheep. And I think that if we manage to reach, well, not the level of bovine farming, but if we manage to reach 50% of the progress that has been made in bovine farming, then this would be a great help to the sheep farmers. What we do now is feed the animals 20, 30, 50 rams all year long so that they can perform one task only during the breeding season. So, okay, so we should connect you with the with the colleagues from the animal breeding departure. Thank you. Yes, please. Let's give a microphone.
I would like to know if you make some research in your own cooperatives, farms, or whatever.
About what? Research about...
Research about their activity. If they have a research and development division in their cooperative to grow up better, to perform better, to raffinate their products.
They're not cooperative, there are only farmers.
Only farmers, exactly.
I'll
give you an example. We are a cooperative, and when we decide to become a cooperative, we think like that. How can we do things different in order not to be evaluated like a regular cooperative? Because cooperative has a main objective that is clear for everybody, and why should we be chosen by the farmers instead of the next cooperative nearby? Yeah. So we try to find differentiators, and we bring the farmers from conventional production. We bring them to organic production, and they increase the prices. They increase everything. It was one step. Second step, in Romania, if somebody starts to play violin, all the people start to play violin. So everybody makes organics, and we don't have a differentiator anymore. And we go to the university and ask the university, bring us a project, bring us a study, bring us something to make us different from the rest of the cooperatives. They do their best because some universities bring us students to make internship in our farms. Some universities are focused on alimentary industry. They try to create new products. Unfortunately, we cannot find this project that can transform our production in next, let's say, superior processed products. But what we've done, we go to research, and we create a very small farm unit, people that focus on research, and we become in a position to minimize our costs. And this is, I think, is the key of the future, to decrease the cost, because the market is how it is. The input are coming so high. If the trend will remain on the same level, we will become like a loan business. We work for the traders to pay the inputs, and we sell the crop at very low prices. So we have to focus on minimize the costs in every business that you have, because we are in that field. And I suggest you to keep in contact and to share from our experience, because it's free and it's for you. Thank you very much.
Νομίζω ότι επειδή παίζεις και 9 μουσικά όργανα, δεν ξέρω, Γιουλιαν, βάλατε.
You play 9 musical instruments, sir, so you may be able to answer. Unfortunately, my level of English is not that good, so I can answer in Greek. Initially, Let me just say something very simple. I don't remember your name, sir, but in Greece, as we speak, if I speak wearing the hat of the milkman, because when we talk about milk production, so if I speak as a company that buys milk, right, the organic milk, I buy it cheaper than conventional milk. Just imagine, this alone answers a very important question that you may have. The question that you posed regarding the organic character of organic products and the business around it. Why? Because there is no mechanism in place in Greece which protects and which actually shows the truly organic dairy farms and organic farms in general. So despite the cost that an organic farmer has or an organic, for example, product farmer, there is no surplus value or added value. And unfortunately, this is due to factors which have nothing to do with the farmer. The farmer is not to blame. So in order for you to reduce the cost in Greece when you are a businessman, when you are a farmer, most of the factors are not in our control. We cannot control many of these factors, i.e. minimizing cost. Yes, you have to change the hoses or the tires, for example, in a tractor in order for you to use less fuel. You have to achieve economies of scale to take the manure or to take the waste of your farm, meaning the manure, and use it to fertilize crops. And this means that you will have a better yield. Instead of having 1,400 kilos from a field, you can get 1,600 kilos of corn. But from the state, there is no mechanism in place to protect growers, to protect producers. Unfortunately, this is multifaceted. This is highly complex. There is nothing that you can say, well, let's achieve economies of scale and so on and so forth. I talked about the cost of fuel, €2 per liter. We can't do anything about it. Or when there comes a vessel that comes and unloads stuff without paying the necessary duties, let's say that we get from Romania cargo of corn, of maize, and then this is delivered to my farm with €20 per kilo. Automatically, the broker, the producer, will think of actually getting this maize, not my maize, which was produced in Drama, which I sell at 24 cents of kilo. The quality may be different between the products, but because my product is more expensive, people won't buy my product that easily. Let us end with a short question because then we have to conclude. We have the final conclusions of this wonderful 12th conference. A very brief question. You are all praiseworthy. Do not actually say that it's bad to grumble and complain. We shouldn't feel bad. We don't want to hug each other when we come to these conferences and only talk about good things. We have to talk about the problems in order to solve them. So the subject today is generational renewal. I think you're all from farmers' families, right? Just think of yourselves at the age of 18 or 20 without coming from a family of farmers. Would you decide to go into farming if you didn't come from a family of farmers? Just one word. No, 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 Mr. Portokalidis. Yes or no? It's easy for me to say no, but when I was 18, I didn't think of being a farmer. My wife kept me in the rural area and I ended up being a farmer. So the answer is no from me as well. Well, the answer is no if we didn't come from a family of farmers. So if there is no background in farming, it's difficult for someone to become a livestock farmer or a grower. The math doesn't work. It's a very regulated profession, so to speak. If you don't have a successor, nobody will continue. If somebody wants to become a farmer and start from scratch, this person needs 500, 600,000 euro to make a start, to establish oneself. And there are even people who have a tradition and who still stop farming. In my village, there are only 5 people who are farmers, unless you have hydroponic agriculture or greenhouse, because then the cost is lower to buy land. So we're talking about a different economy of scale, and it's different. You might not have land, but you can actually do greenhouses, and then it's okay. It's more feasible. And what about the mistakes of the past? It would have been better if we didn't have those farmers in our family because they taught us some bad habits. I don't know. Who knows? Anyway, so Mr. Samaras, yes or no? We see that the woman here was more positive. She said she would do it. What about you? I would become a fisherman once again because I love being a fisherman. And Mr. Meneleklis, I would do a lot more. I would be more innovative. Let me tell you a secret. You're not getting paid today. None of you will be paid for your answers. I'm just joking. Thank you. I thank the audience for their questions. So keep fighting. That's all I can say. Just be in good health and keep fighting. That's all. Thank you. Stay with us. We haven't finished. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a very lively panel, and I agree with the rector, Mr. Kiknos. So we should not denigrate ourselves. I think the panel was the most interesting discussion of the day. I thank you warmly for your presence here today. I see that most of you have been here since this morning, and you have attended all the panels. I would like to warmly thank one last time the people of GAIA EPICHEIREIN, all the technicians who helped us in order for us to have an excellently organized conference. We'd like to thank GAIA EPICHEIREIN, Neuropublic, Piraeus Bank, Cosmoserve, JTI, and Kotelis. And now I would like to invite the CEO, Mr. Tripitsidis, who will give us the final conclusions. Thank you all very much for staying till the end. It was a long day. All I had to say, in addition to what the rector said, is that we commit ourselves. We want the last panel, to be first next time so that the politicians can hear what they have to say, because the politicians leave early during the conference. So next time we will hear the stories of the farmers first. This will be the first panel next time. Thank you very much. We'd like to thank the GAIA EPICHEIREIN team and our associates. They with us every year. So thank you very much for staying, and see you soon. See you at the next conference. And of course, the minutes, the conclusions will be published so that whatever we said here will not be forgotten. It will be the next step for the farming sector in Greece. Thank you very much.